Hello, everybody, and it is time for another great Mega Make and Take. Miss Vicki Bill, how about that? Aren't you excited?
Yes.
I know. I'm so excited.
Much fun.
I know it's going to be, gosh, another. We have 4 great mini album projects coming up. So, do want to mention everybody that Vicki Bill and I's portion today is videotaped, as well as our vendors, because we want to make sure we're at home being able to play along and craft along with you guys.
I cannot wait to make all these makeups.
I know.
They're so cute.
And they're all different, so that's a good thing too.
That is true.
And but why the also the presenters, their portions are videotaped, and that's because they want to be able to interact with you during the whole presentation. So during their presentations, they are there just waiting for any questions or comments, or, hey, do you have, or what about that? So that's what's really great about them being able to answer all the questions.
It would probably be me, like, so what dimension did you say again on the?
Yeah, exactly.
On the cutter, is it the one right after the big long line, or the one in the middle?
Yeah. Or if they use a certain color of ink or chalk, or maybe even a certain type, it's really good to say, ask, hey, can we use this, on this, or what would be a good color to use with that? So
let me ask you a question really fast. On a ruler, or on your cutter, or on your, whatever.
Trimmer, yeah.
Trimmer. Do you know, I know half, but do you know, the 1/8 and the 7/8 and use the 3/4 and all that?
Yeah. So if you just do the half and then you cut, and half of half is a quarter. Okay. And then it's an eighth. So it's almost like 2 times an eighth is a quarter, and 2 times a quarter is I know. I'm always like, okay, and 7/8. I think you count the little 1, 2, 3. Yeah, and on some of those are a lot easier to read than others too, depending on how, especially when you get down to the smaller size, because if they have a guard or something on it.
Right. So. And I think with mini albums, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of measurements. So I just want to do a little review lesson on
sure. Yeah, no,
that's all of the measurements, because you want to get it fitting perfectly without cutting the paper and then making an awful mistake.
Exactly.
But there's always, in crafting, there's no mistakes. Just add a strip of cardstock or a washi.
Washi's great for doing that.
I put a sticker on, no problem. I'm not good to go.
Well, you talk about that. I've used where you have, use maybe a little bit larger glue dot, or you get glue,
exactly.
It's a really good way. You just put an embellishment on there and cover it right up. So
no one knows, right?
And going back to the cutting, one thing that it's and some people it may come easier too, but this is the challenge sometimes I have. So let's say that I have some beautiful stripes on this.
Yeah.
How, you got to make sure that you have your paper turned the right way, so you get the right, lined up the way you want to.
Exactly.
So anytime that you're using a pattern paper or something with a design, or
so true.
Yeah.
That I always want my mom to sew me a dress or a skirt, and I love patterns and and so stripes are amazing, and my mom's always like, nope, can't line it up. Get an easier fabric.
It is hard.
It's
I know,
a gift that people.
Yeah, and some people, they just can look at it and say, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
I have to literally, methodically. I'll even take the paper and hold it on, maybe the little book I'm working on or something, just to make sure. So, and making pockets, any of that stuff, it's you kind of have to pay attention. But there's also some great mini albums and kits out there that everything's pre-cut, so so that's a good thing too.
I think there's a few in our box here that have the pre-cut on everything, so that's nice too.
Yes, well, and these are they're mini albums, but they're all 4 different, which I think is really great.
Right.
The first mini album that you're gonna be able to make is from Keep It Simple, and it actually uses a tent chipboard. Mm-hmm. So the chipboard albums, and there's this one has a tent in it, but there's all different kinds of designs, and so that's the chipboard one is, I think, a lot of people are familiar with.
Right.
And then we have another one where with quick quotes, and they have a really nice white book that you're going to be able to cover.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another type. And, having that white background is going to make everything, pop out and such. So, and then also with Arts and Crafts, the next two you're actually going to make. So Arts and Crafts, they're going to show you the mini album, but with their, I'm going to say cover, with their cover, stand up. So with your cover, they're going to have an extended cover because they're going to have a little flap inside.
Oh, I love
So that's fun.
Yeah, I love that little secret.
Yeah, yes, yeah. Because, you have, it looks like a regular mini album. It's a little elongated.
Yeah.
And then it has that extra in it
fun.
too. And then also with Stamp Anything, we're used to their great coloring techniques. But Stamp Anything, everybody got a die set that they're going to be able to use.
Over and over.
Yes.
So that's what I love about this, is that you're learning new techniques. And then also in this awesome box, you have things that you can, like that die from Stamp Anything.
Oh gosh, yes.
You can make mini albums for everybody for Christmas, or like you were talking about, every holiday you can make them over and over and use them and reuse them and reuse them.
Yes.
For dies, I love dies.
Yeah. And the die you can make, and there's a couple of examples she'll show you, but there's they're doing a 6x6, but you can cut it down to make different sizes too. So the endless possibilities of a mini album literally are endless.
So I love to make mini albums so I love everything, but sometimes when you just go, my daughters and I love to go antiquing.
Oh yeah,
it's fun.
Yeah.
Flea market, thrift stores. And I'm that mom who takes pictures of every day. If you follow me,
that is so good.
I do.
And she prints them. That's always
I do. I print them all, and so I always want it might just be a weekend thing that we had fun with, but I always want to remember it so that when I'm not here any longer, my kids will see all the fun we had, right?
Yeah.
And so that's when I make these little mini albums for days like that might not be Christmas, but I still want to keep them as fun memories,
Well, and just like with your antiquing, you're going to see, when you guys are doing that, those are kind of one of a kind maybe places or things too that you come in contact with. I know you're in fashion, so you might see this jewelry and see all the dresses and everything.
Yeah, and I take pictures of everything. I might not buy it all because I don't have room because I'm a
that's
hoarder.
why we take pictures. I'd love to have this picture.
I take pictures, and then I love just seeing the girls what we're wearing and remembering, because
well, the kids grow up so fast.
Exactly. I as much as I take pictures, I wish I would have taken more when they were little.
I know, me too. That's the way I am right now too. I'm like, gosh, I wish I had a picture of that. But that's the events like that are perfect for mini album. Just a special day, or maybe you have a friend you haven't seen that come over for a while, and take pictures. And what a great gift! Take pictures and and then put those in. Create a little mini album.
Wouldn't that be so nice?
And a great gift
or even say you love to cook and you cooked all week. Why not take a photo of your favorite dishes that you made for your family, and then do a little mini album with that? I know we all have really cute embellishments.
Yes.
That would be so fun for your kids to remember, oh my goodness, here's my mom's cornbread, or
exactly,
right?
And maybe you can get a picture of, if the, I'm always into handwriting, so maybe if there's a recipe that your mom has written, and take a picture of that too, because that's a total memory, and and there's nothing wrong with adding, maybe a thin mini album to your regular 12x12 books or 8x8s or whatever too. So. Sure. All kinds of things.
I just love this name.
I know.
I can't wait for it.
We're going to have to get busy again.
Yes.
So. Well, everybody, we know that you are going to enjoy all of the great projects today.
Yes.
You're going to be able to also, they're going to be able to do some shopping too, I bet.
Oh my goodness, so that's always a good thing. And then also remember there's that awesome paper keeper.
Yes.
And the collectible button.
There you go. So you have it all in a box today. So everybody enjoy. We're going to take a little adventure with Keep It Simple, and we'll be back.
Hey there everybody, it's Jenny McGarvey from Keep It Simple, and I am so excited because we have this amazing little mini album right here that we're going to create together today. If you've taken a look at the kit, you know just how cute it is. Let's flip through it, shall we? I love these colors and the elements, so when you hear me say it is super cute, I really truly mean it. I absolutely love it. And I love that this is a tent-shaped mini album. It's so cute. It has sturdy covers. They're chipboard. Can you see how thick that is? It's amazing. And the insides are so adorable. Each page is more cute than the last. Like I want to gasp at each page. They're so adorable with so many great little elements and so much room for you to make personalization. Add your own photos, maybe add a little bit of mixed media elements, all kinds of stuff. Really, really fun. And we have everything you need to create this cute little album. So let's get started, shall we? All right, so first let's show what you have included in the kit. We have the chipboard covers. You get a front and a back and then the little rings. And this is sturdy, sturdy chipboard. This is no cereal box chipboard. This is really heavy duty stuff. We also have 16 pre-cut tent shapes. Say that a lot of times fast. All of the really adorable Hello Adventure patterned papers that we all love. So cute. And they're going to be the perfect backdrop for your photos. All of the Hello Adventure die cuts, all nicely put together on 4 little sheets so you don't make an enormous mess with a big 12 by 12 sheet. The Hello Adventure enamel dots, some twine, some white buttons, and a 6 by 6 sheet of white cardstock. Now let me move these out of the way because now we should talk about the items that you need from your own stash. You are going to need a paper trimmer, whichever is your favorite one. You're going to need scissors. You're also going to need some liquid adhesive. I'm going to use a couple of different kinds. I'll use this one to adhere the pattern paper to the covers, and then I'll use this one in a couple of other little places to adhere really tiny little elements because I like to do that. But you should obviously use whatever liquid glue is your favorite. We're also going to use some foam adhesive. We're going to use journaling strips, so pre-printed on the computer, printed out, cut, and ready to go. However, if you prefer to use your own handwriting or a typewriter, that works too. And then you're also going to need 6 3x4 photos. So 3x4s like this, and then also 4 2x2 photos. So cute. I can't wait to get these into that little album. All right, so let me move these aside and then we're going to get started with our cover. You'll also see that I will use glue dots a couple of times to adhere buttons to the page, just because I like the simplicity of using glue dots, but you should use whatever you're most comfortable with when it's time to adhere the buttons to the page. Now we're going to start on the cover, and for the cover we need obviously the chipboard pieces, and then we need a piece of the purple tent. I'm going to turn this over and I'm going to use my liquid glue to adhere this to the chipboard cover. There we go. Apparently just had a little clog right there. And then we will go ahead and attach it to the cover. Okay, so look at that, perfect cover. Then we're gonna turn that over and we are going to take the pink door and we are just gonna cut off the door portion of the tent. So I'm gonna simply put it in my paper trimmer and get those those corners right there on my paper trimmer. You don't have to be precise on this. And then we'll just adhere this to the cover. We're going to line that up down in the corner there. Perfect. And then the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to get into the die cuts. Inside the die cuts, you're going to find 4 sheets, and you will also find this door. You see that right there? That is the door for the tent. So now we're going to adhere that right here on the cover in the center of that little flap. So adorable. Now we're going to go back to those die cuts and we are going to get out this little banner die. Do you see that? Lots of cute little intricate little flags hanging off of that. The perfect embellishment for the tent. Now this is where I'm going to use the really fine tip glue because it's just such a tiny little detail and I don't want to make a big mess with my glue. So I'm just going to use the tiny little tip of this. And then we are going to adhere this to the top of our tent. So again, right there as a cute little decoration for our adorable tent. Next up is the window. How fun that our tent has a window and a bright, cheerful colored one at that. All right, so we are going to add the adhesive and place that on our door. We're also going to add a couple of cute little enamel dots. We'll use these navy blue ones. Just to add a little bit of fun to our window. All right, so now we need the little fox. Look at how cute the little feather detail on his headband. And now this is where I am going to use my foam adhesive for the first time. So I'm just going to place a few little bits of foam adhesive. And layer him on the left side of the window. So cute. It's shaping up to be positively adorable. All right, so now we will add a little floral cluster right down here. And we're going to also use the foam adhesive for this piece as well, just to give it that really cute dimension, and it'll pop up right off of the door. How cute is that? Like there's little flowers growing right next to the door. I absolutely love that. Okay, so now we can get started on the next page, which the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to take this and adhere it right here to the back of the cover. So I'm going to turn over my glue. I'm running low, that's why I'm having some struggles here, is getting it all to the top because it's been sitting the other way. Has that ever happened to you? I didn't even realize I was running low last time I used this. I'll have to put in an order for some more. What's your favorite kind of liquid glue? I don't have a lot of experience with liquid glue, so it's not one of those things that I'm terribly experienced with, though I do really like that Fun Stampers Journey craft glue. And if you have a favorite, why do you like it better than a different kind? All right, so now we've got this down here, and so I'm going to add my photo. I've already added a white cardstock back to my photos, just so we didn't have to do that here. So I'm going to add that right there in the middle of the page. And then I am going to find the adorable little pink bunny. Look how cute that is. And do you see that little lantern? So adorable. I'm going to add the adhesive to the back of the bunny and place that right over here on the left-hand side. And then next up is the teal tab. Don't you just love that little detail in the corner? It's just perfect. I'm going to tuck this just ever so slightly behind my photo. Not a lot, just a tiny, tiny bit. It just gives it that little extra added oomph with the layering right there. Now let's do the Let's Explore Together. Oh, so fun, especially when you have a photo of a group as well, since with the word together, that's the perfect way to bring it all together for the fun that you might have. Do you guys like camping? I've actually never been camping, if you can believe that. Luckily for me, Becky Adams designed such a beautiful kit, and she had some wonderful outdoor photos as well. If you go camping, do you like tent camping, or do you prefer camping in a RV or a motorhome? I'd be really curious to hear a little bit more about it, since I don't really know much about camping at all. Now, we want to make sure that we add a few enamel dots because they're just so stinking cute. I'm going to use these teal ones, and I'm just going to put them right over here in this corner, just sort of to tie it all together. So cute. Is that not adorable? All right, so we're finished with this one. So I'm going to set this aside over here so that we can assemble it all together later. And next, we are going to adhere together these two plaid pieces. So I'm just going to add some adhesive. I'm not going to overdo it, but I don't want it to be coming apart either. So I'm going to focus mostly on the outsides just to make sure that it doesn't peel apart or anything like that. And we're just going to, I want the front to be that plaid, and then I want the back to be this crosshatch pattern. Do you see the crosshatch? That's going to be the back, and this is going to be the front. So on the front, on this pink plaid, we are going to take our 3x4 photo. Got to find the perfect one. And I'm going to adhere that right here to the plaid paper. Just going to put it in the center. Maybe get a little tiny bit closer to the rings, leaving a nice little area down here to embellish. And so now we can add a little flower. Let's find the perfect one. How about this purple little flower right here? And then we're also going to add a leaf as well. So I'm just going to put a little bit of adhesive on the back of the flower. Stick that down right here. And then add a little bit of adhesive to the back of the leaf. Sort of layer those together, look like they're supposed to go together. And then I am going to use a tiny little yellow enamel dot for the center of the flower. Voila, super cute. All right, so now that we have that finished, we can go ahead and get the wild die cut. Right here, this one. And we're going to add that with a little bit of foam adhesive. So I'm going to put those here and here, and I'm not going to put any down at the bottom because I know I'm going to layer another die cut underneath it, and so I want to make sure that I'm able to slide that underneath. So as you can see right there, I left room at the bottom just so I can make sure to have room for my other die cuts at the bottom. So speaking of other die cuts, let's find the little mushrooms. Aren't they always on the last page that you look? That happens to me, I feel like, all the time, but I found them and they're perfectly cute. So we're going to add these guys right down here. All right, so the next step is to take the twine that you have included, and we're going to just tie a tiny little bow to adhere those mushrooms. So I'm just using my fingers to tie this little bow. I'm going to pull the tail out. Not only was it way too long and the bow was too small, but then that helps get the great shape of the loops as well. And then I'm just going to cut off a tiny bit of that tail over there, and then I'm going to cut off a tiny bit of this tail over here, and then I'm going to move this away. All right, and then we are going to adhere our cute little bow to our mushrooms to give that a little bit of texture. It's going to be so pretty, and the twine is just perfect because it's not too heavy, but it's definitely got that beautiful texture that we want for a layout like this, especially a camping layout. All right, so I'm just going to press that down, making sure it gets nice and adhered right there. There we go. And then last but not least, we're going to use a couple of enamel dots right down there in the corner. I'm going to use the navy blue ones. Right down there. I love that. I absolutely love the added little oomph that that enamel dots adds to this. I think that they're just super cute, especially all tied together. Don't you agree? All right, so let's flip it over. And now we have this crosshatch pattern on the back. And we are going to take a 3 1/4 by 3 3/4 inch piece of the pink star paper. I love this. It's the perfect color, and that pattern is just so delicate and pretty. It's really sort of unexpected, and I love it. All right, so we're going to adhere that right here, and then we're going to take our journaling strips and add them to this section. So I'm just going to go ahead and adhere these down. And again, if you want to add maybe write some lines and then handwrite your journaling, or if you want to do it without lines, or you want to add some use a typewriter, you can absolutely do that too. You don't have to computer journal if that's not your style. The computer journaling just makes it really pretty and cohesive and ties the whole layout together if you prefer that. But there's absolutely lots of value in handwriting as well. And I hope you're doing that too. People love to have handwriting in the projects for future. Handwriting is definitely a huge part of who you are. Do you like your handwriting? I like my handwriting. I spent a lot of time practicing handwriting when I was in college, taking a bunch of notes. And so I feel like my handwriting is okay. It's not the best in the world or anything like that, but I like it pretty well. And so I try to do a little bit of hand journaling, just knowing that our handwriting is all pretty important to each of us, or, you know, it's unique to each of us. And so I definitely try to include that in my projects. All right, so if we just got this one last strip right here, I'm going to add that at the bottom. Perfect. We got that all done. And then now we are going to find just the cutest little owl there was. The mountains are calling. We're going to pop this out and add him to the page with some foam adhesive. I like to add enough foam adhesive to give it support throughout the entire piece. You don't have to go crazy. You don't need a ton or anything like that, but I don't want it to droop or to be pressed down, so I try to find a nice happy medium. Okay, so we've got him over there. Oh my gosh, so cute, and it just accents the journaling perfectly. Now let's add a few of our, you guessed it, that's right, our enamel dots. So we're just going to add these guys right above our cute little owl, sitting on the branch. Just all ties together so well. All right, so now we are going to add a flower on here as well, and some leaves actually. So I'm going to pop out this little leaf. And then I've got my flower right here. And then I've got another leaf right here that I'm going to use as well. All right, so let's add this. I'm going to first add the adhesive for the flower right in the center. And then my leaves on the back. I just need to pull that edge up. There we go. Whoops, not what I meant to do, but that's okay. I'm going to layer him there. And then I will add some adhesive to the back. You just need just a smidge. And then layer these guys together. Oh my gosh, they're perfect. Look how cute that is. What a great little embellishment. And that right there, and I'm going to be careful to not cover the holes because we want to be able to put our rings through that later. And then now I can add an enamel dot as well. I'm going to take the big teal one right there, and then it goes with the teal ones over here. And I'm going to place that in the center. But we're not finished yet. The first thing I'm going to, or the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of the white buttons and some of the twine. I'm going to trim off this edge. It's kind of, do you see that? It's a little frayed. It'll be hard for me to get that in the buttonhole. So I'm going to just thread that through. You could tie a bow and have the bow behind it. That always looks absolutely adorable. Or you could just tie it. That looks cute. Leave the little a couple of little tails. I'm not going to leave tails for this one. I'm going to trim it off, and then I will simply adhere this with a glue dot. If you have a way you prefer to adhere buttons, you should absolutely just go with that. I like to use the glue dots. I find them to be very simple. Voila! So cute. Isn't that great? All right, let's move on to the next page. All right, so we are going to adhere together these two teal tints. So I'm going to turn this one over and place some adhesive on the edges so that it doesn't the edges don't peel up. And I'm going to just press them together. Gives it a little bit more weight so it's nice and sturdy inside those heavy chipboard covers. So cute. All right, so we've got the teal ones ready, and we are going to take one of our 2x2 photos. This is mine. And I'm going to wrap some twine around it, okay? So I just want the twine to be at the very bottom of my photo, and I'm not great at wrapping twine to begin with. So if you've seen this before, I'm going to use a little bit of washi tape on the back to secure the photo. You can't see it, it's acid-free, and if you're at all like me, you have many, many rolls of washi that you could never use in this lifetime, even though it's super cute. So I'm going to get some joy out of using it, yet I'm not actually going to see it in this project. So I'm just going to tear it off so you can't see it on the back. It's kind of perfect for giving me an extra hand in this project. And I'm just going to wrap the twine around the photo a few times. Again, that's sort of preference. I did it 3 times. I just like the way that looks in the end. I'm going to take this, add a tiny bit more washi on the back, again, just adhering it down so it's not so difficult. Gives me the extra hand, and then it just stays right where I want it. Okay, so see, I've got it all nice, secure down, and then I'm going to trim off the excess and set it aside. All right, so now I can turn this little guy over. I'm going to adhere him down on, actually, you know what, I've got a little hair, I don't know if you can see it, but a little piece of that twine that's really extra fuzzy, and it was kind of driving me crazy, so I'm just going to do that. But I'm going to now put it down on the page, and I'm going to have it be a little off kilter, so not completely straight up and down. I want these to be a little bit more askew, if you will. And then I'm going to take my other photo and I will adhere it right next to it, and having them overlap ever so slightly. Look how cute that looks when they're like that. I love it. All right, so I'll add some adhesive on the back. Okay, so now we're going to find our 2 die cuts. The die cuts that I'd like to use are, let's see if we can find them. Okay, this Let's Explore. And the Bright Golden Sun. All right, I'm going to use foam adhesive for both of these. I love how on this one we're keeping the embellishments in the center of the page, really drawing your eye in to those photos. I think it just is such a great way to highlight the photos, which are obviously the most important part of this layout. Am I right? Capturing all those great memories. And of course, if you don't have quite this many photos for a particular event, you could absolutely add more journaling. That's always really important, or any ephemera from the trip that you might have, ticket stubs or things like that, you could absolutely include. So we used foam adhesive on both of those to really give it some beautiful dimension. And then now we are going to add just a handful of enamel dots in that Bright Golden Sun. Anybody else singing Mr. Sun? Because I am, in my head, of course. I don't want to subject you to my singing, but that's what I'm doing over here, singing Mr. Sun. So cute. All right, let's turn this over, and we've got this beautiful dark blue watercolor effect on this paper. It's absolutely wonderful. And we're going to add a little bit more of our journaling. So I'm just going to go ahead and adhere that down to the page, and then we'll embellish a little bit. Okay, now we have those right there. I love the staggered effect of the journaling as well. I think it looks so cute and really just makes the page feel more playful and fun. It definitely adds that element of whimsy to the page. And if you prefer lining up your journaling, that is obviously wonderful, and you should go ahead and do that. I just prefer the staggered. I think it's so cute. All right, so we're going to punch out the stars and the moon to go around this. I love it because that navy watercolor really mimics the night sky, and so the stars and the moon are perfect right there. So I'm going to use my tiny little glue pen with the tiny little ballpoint edge to put some adhesive on here, just because these stars are pretty small, and I'm just going to stagger them throughout the page to really draw attention to the journaling. You could definitely sort of gently fold up the edges of the stars as well to give them a little added dimension. That would really be cute too. All right, so next we're going to add some enamel dots to the centers of the stars. There we go. All right, so now we're going to take the tree. There's a big evergreen tree right down here, and I'm going to punch that out. And we're going to adhere this right next to our journaling. So right along here, so perfect. It just really sort of mimics that staggered effect. So I'll add some adhesive to the back and get that down right next to the journaling. And then we're going to find the Be Adventurous to add as well. And this time we're going to use the foam adhesive on the back just to give a little bit added dimension to the page. So I'm just going to pop a few of these on here, enough for support in the center, but nothing too crazy. The adhesive is pretty strong, so it keeps it nice and attached to the page. All right, so we'll just add this down here at the bottom under our journaling. Oh my gosh, so cute and perfect for our little adventure. Okay, so now we're gonna go on to the green. And we're going to adhere these together again. So I'm just going to put the adhesive along the edges. Gotta be fucking kidding me. All right, so let's take our photo and adhere that right there to the center of our page. Oh, it's just perfect. I love the green, the pop it really gives the photos, especially since they're outdoor photos. It is absolutely wonderful. All right, now we're going to find this swag. It's like a floral swag. Lucky for me, there's not too many sheets to look through. Can't get too confused by all these beautiful images. Am I right? There's so many gorgeous ones. And we will add the foam adhesive to the back. And then I'm going to place it in the center of my photo and in the middle. So in the center width and then just right down at the bottom. That's super cute. And then now we're going to add a few little die cuts right here. I'm going to pop some on as the flower centers right there. Just on the little middle row. The other two are fine without them. This just adds that little extra pop of not only color, but just a little bit of dimension as well. And then we will go for finding some more of our beautiful die cuts. We are going to, let's see, oh my gosh, one of my very favorites. Greatest Adventure. The pink and the fonts are just absolutely beautiful. And then a couple of little flowers as well, just to flank those cuties. Okay, here is a little guys that are so cute, and they're just very small, so they're the perfect little accent. They're not too much. All right, so I'm going to adhere the Greatest Adventure. I'm going to do that in the upper left hand of my photo. Next, I'm going to take my flower, if I can find it, there it is. And because I chose such a tiny little flower, again, I'm going to use my liquid adhesive because it's just really small and it's a little bit easier to use on these tiny pieces than the tape runner. Now I dropped that little guy, which is okay. It's got a little bit of glue on there, but it'll be fine. It'll dry clear. All right, so I'll press that down, make sure it's nice and stuck on there. And then we are going to get another little button, and I'm going to thread through my twine and adhere it just like we did last time. I like to always make sure that I add thread, or in this case the twine, to my buttons if I adhere them. I just feel like it really gives it a more polished, finished look. Absolutely nothing wrong with not doing that. I just think it ties it all together so nicely when you've got something right there in those little holes. Look how cute that is. Now we can turn it over and we have the green stripe. Now we're going to build a little scene right here. So the first thing that we're going to find is the tree right here with the cute yellow leaves. And then we're also going to find the happy camper, which those beautiful, beautiful mountains. Don't you wish mountains were multicolored like that? I live right by some mountains and they're all very green, which is beautiful. But not gonna lie, these multicolor ones are pretty great. All right, so we're going to use the foam adhesive on the back. And I'm going to place it near the bottom in the center. And then we'll do the same thing with the tree. And we're going to layer the tree right snug up against the mountain and underneath the little banner. And I want to make sure that I don't cover up any of the holes. And then we will use our little butterflies here as well. So cute. I love how on the wings they have little hearts. Isn't that fun? And just such beautiful contrasting colors too. All right, so I'm going to put those guys right there. And again, I'm just going to go ahead and use the liquid glue because it's right here at my fingertips. You really can envision a beautiful mountain scene, can't you? With the mountains and the trees and the butterflies. It's the perfect addition to this mini album, I think. Again, you could gently fold up the little antennas just to give it a little bit of movement as well. It looks great though. And we're going to add a couple of light blue little enamel dots just for their little heads. So sweet, isn't it? Okay, so our next one are our pink tents. Now, I don't know if you've checked out the patterns on these guys, but they are so cute. I absolutely love them. And we are just going to adhere these two together just like we have been all along. I'm going to pull that out. Okay, so next we'll take our 3x4 photo and we're going to get that right in the center of the page again. And we need our adorable little skunk die cut. You see this cutie? Love it. And what I love about this too is this adorable little skunk is with this photo of these kiddos definitely having some fun. It just goes perfectly together. So I'll add some foam adhesive to the back. Right there. And then we're also going to adhere a little feather die cut as well right next to the cute little skunk. And I love that because it adds a pop of color. Do you see that cute feather? That pop of turquoise looks wonderful right there. So we'll just add some adhesive and then we'll layer it underneath the skunk. Doesn't that look great? But we're definitely not done. We want to tie a little bow on a piece of twine. I'm going to fix the tails and shape the little loops. And then we will trim the tails to match each other and so they look very nice. And then I'm just going to add a little dot of adhesive at the top of the stump and I will adhere my skunk there. Or not my skunk, my bow. Silly me, I was looking at that cute skunk and thinking that. We're not quite done yet though. We need to still add a couple of little enamel dots just because they're the perfect accent to this page. So I'm just going to add 3 of our navy little ones right there. Didn't that turn out wonderful? I think it's absolutely adorable. And then we'll flip it over and we have this fun polka dot. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take our photo and I'm going to use my twine the same way that we did before, and I'm going to wrap it around the photo. So for the first edge of it, I'm going to pick a spot down at the bottom and I'll use a little bit of my washi tape. Again, you're really using like an inch each time, you know, and so even if you're a little bit worried about using up all of your washi, it's just such a tiny amount that I don't think you're probably using it all up. I could be wrong if you only have a limited stash, but I think it's really great for this kind of stuff. I'm also going to get it nice and where I want it on the photo. Wrap it around one more time. Then on the back, I'm going to secure it with a little bit more washi. And then I'll cut the tail off. I love this because then I get to see my cute washi and use it as opposed to it just sitting in a bin or a drawer, you know? Cute, right? I think that looks adorable. And I'm just going to pull these ever so slightly apart so they look cute and layered together. And then I'm going to adhere a button on top. So I'm going to take my twine and thread it through my button. All right, so then we will go ahead and trim those tails off and adhere our cute little button right to our photo. I'm going to place it right there in the center over my overlapping twine. Doesn't that look fabulous? Now let's go ahead and get this down on the album. And now we're going to create a really cute little cluster down in the lower left-hand corner, and we're going to use some more of our fun die cuts. We're going to use this Let Your Light Shine. And then we're also going to use these two little flags and this pink flower. So first I will adhere my royal blue flag, and I'm just going to ever so slightly layer it behind my photo, just a touch. And then do the same thing directly above it with the white one. And then on top, I will place the Let Your Light Shine. And last but not least, we have our cute little flower. I'm going to once again add some liquid glue on the back and just adhere that right there. Now you know we're not done. You know we need to add a few of our enamel dots. I'm going to use one for the center of my flower, and then I'm just going to embellish around the cluster too. So we'll add that there. And I have this little guy come over, overlapping my photo a little bit. And then I'm going to add a couple more right down here at the bottom. That turned out really fun, didn't it? I love how it all ties together and you still have that nice texture of the twine, but it's all really clean and neat and very pretty. All right, so we are not done quite yet. We're gonna take our brown tents and we're going to adhere these together just like we've been doing. And if you didn't feel like adhering your tents together, you now have a double amount of pages. So if you have a ton of outdoor photos to use, you could absolutely just do that too. And luckily our covers are so sturdy, you could definitely get away with that. All right, so now we are going to work with our two cute 2x2 photos. So I'm going to place these here and I'm going to do what we did last time. I'm just going to make them slightly askew because that makes them so playful and so fun. And I definitely think that these two cute little photos definitely need it because they are adorable. So we'll just adhere those right here. And so you can see I have one slightly further up the page than this one, and then they're tilted a little bit too. Now we're going to find our die cut that says wild, and we're going to adhere that above the right photo. And then we will find our forest. You see that right there? This way to the forest. It doesn't say this way though, it just says forest. But we'll adhere that right there too. I'm going to place the edge of this with the edge of my photo. And now we can find our canteen. Here's our canteen. And we also need Let's Go and Be Amazing. And we are going to use our foam adhesive. So I'm just going to add a couple pieces to the back of the canteen. And then I will place the canteen sort of in between my two photos at the bottom. And then I'm going to do the same thing and layer that down here at the bottom of the canteen. And I just love that cluster with the three little elements. It looks so cute all together, don't you think? But let's go ahead and add some enamel dots, shall we? All right, so I'm going to put those right there in the center. They're so cute right there. I love it. It looks fantastic. And then we can flip this over and we have this white grid, so versatile. So if you have any colors that maybe the pattern or the colors are hard to match, this would be a great place to put it just because it's so neutral. Now we are going to adhere this 3.25 by 4.25 piece of the pink pattern paper to this right here. And then I will add my photo right on top of it. Cute, right? All right, so now we are going to find that orange heart. I see it right here, this guy. And I will place it on the right-hand side, kind of in the middle. Like, so if you say overlapping my photo in between the two holes. And we're going to look for our little cluster of wildflowers. Some flowers, some grass, some dragonflies. It's all just such a cute little scene. And we will use our foam adhesive once again to adhere it down in this bottom corner, and it'll overlap our heart just a little bit. So we'll adhere him as well, and we'll do the same thing across from the heart on the left-hand side. And then you've got this adorable little glamper campsite. You see that? We're going to layer that with the squirrel too. So we're just going to layer those two together right down there, and no page is complete without some enamel dots. You guessed it. So let's go ahead and add some of these orange ones to our page. I'm just going to scatter them a little bit throughout the page. So cute. Doesn't that look great? I really love the addition of the orange too. It's kind of an underutilized color, and it's just really fun and unexpected. Now we can also head to our last page in the album, Say It Isn't So, and we will go ahead and adhere our yellow sheet right here. We're going to adhere that to our back cover. Okay, I'm going to try to get out enough glue. Yeah, there we go. Woohoo! All right, so I'll add my glue. I personally prefer a nice thin layer so that it's not buckling and bubbling. This glue doesn't actually do that. It's perfect for paper, but just a thin little layer is all I need anyway. All right, so I'm going to add that. And then we can begin decorating our last page. All right, so we've got a 3x3 inch piece of white cardstock, and we're going to put that in the middle of our yellow tent. And then add our last journaling strips. All right, so now we have the perfect base to finish embellishing. So we will go ahead and find the cute little pink heart. See that little circle right there? We're going to get this guy. And then we're also going to find the equally cute Campers Have S'more Fun. And we'll adhere these right to our page. So I'm going to use the flag first, add a little bit of adhesive. I'm going to line it up with the edge of my cardstock. And then I will layer my little circle over it in this corner. I love it. Now down in the bottom, we definitely need a little something. So let's use a little bit of foam. All right, so now we're going to add her down in this lower corner, and you know what we still need? We still need to add some more enamel dots. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to put some down right here. I'm kind of stuck on the orange ones because they're just so cute. And this is the perfect place to use them, am I right? Lots of fun, beautiful orange in here. All right, that looks amazing. Now we can go ahead and go to the back, which the back of our chipboard album. So what I'm going to do is take the other yellow, turn it over, and we're going to have the navy on the back. So I'm just going to add a little bit more of my liquid adhesive to the back. I want to get enough to have it stuck, but not too much. And then we can add this right here. Now, after this is all complete and finished, we can go ahead and put it on the rings also. However, you could, going through these pages, you have some extra die cuts included, you see on each of these sheets. You have a few extra die cuts. So you can use these to continue embellishing, like adding them in different places, or if you didn't double up on the pages on the inside, you could definitely use that for that. Or you could do some inking around the edges or around the edges of your journaling spots. That would be absolutely wonderful. Or as we add our rings to this as well, you're going to see that there would be the perfect opportunity to add some ribbon to these rings if you wanted to, and maybe throwing in a little extra piece of twine on each one as well, just to give it that beautiful dimension and really tie it into that sort of outdoor theme. There's definitely something about twine that does that, isn't there? And some beautiful ribbons, purples and oranges and pink, for this gorgeous collection. And we have a beautiful, sturdy, and definitely hefty little mini album of your favorite outdoor adventure. Am I right? As soon as I get this on the rings, of course, it's not tricky. It's just there's a little one to get through on each. But it looks amazing. Look how cute that turned out. Don't you love it? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited with how this thing turned out. Thank you so much for your support of Scrapbook Expo and Keep It Simple Paper Crafts. We can't wait to see you here again in the future. And have fun paper crafting. And thank you, and make it a great day.
Welcome back, everybody, and wasn't that a fun camping trip with Keep It Simple?
So fun. Jenny always does an amazing job.
I know, and you know what? How cute is a mini album of a tent for
So
camping?
cute.
You know, looking at this, because when I grew up, you know, we didn't have a camper; we camped out in a tent.
Okay.
So it was so much fun to see the little tent, and you know, we had the little fire, and we used to roast little marshmallows, and the tent was one of those canvas ones, not like a plastic one. So
Wow.
but because I grew up in Ohio, the moisture always got us in the morning, so the ground literally was damp from the whole thing. But what a great way to share some camping memories, you know, just all different. The papers were beautiful. I mean,
Oh my goodness. I love them.
one thing I love about the Hello Adventure, that was the flip side papers, is that it has that earth tone, but you know, she added the ephemera and there's those nice bright colors.
I know.
So you never think of like bright colors for camping. You always think of the earth tones, but
Right.
I just thought it was a really cute, adorable album, and add pictures and different memories to it. And you know, there was so much ephemera that you can create more pages, because there's plenty of room in that book to add more pages.
Right.
So
Like the little stickers.
yes,
The ephemera
Yes.
stickers. They're so cute. Look
Yes.
at that. And yet, like you said, I love the wood paper. Like,
Yes.
That is just so pretty.
yes.
And then the enamel dots. Oh my
I know, the
goodness.
beautiful, and you know, everything, you know, there's so many different items Vicky's going to tell you about here in a minute with Hello Adventure. But you know, once again, the enamel dots are those bright colors. But gosh, I just loved, what a perfect project with the Hello Adventure. So we hope you enjoyed the little adventure with them, and I'd love to see some pictures of some mini albums too, so that people add, because we are going camping more. So
yeah, put them on our social media site. Like I know we have
the community page.
Yes, on Facebook, or you know, all those things. But we would love to see what you did with that. But yeah, Keep It Simple is just a beautiful line. We have it here. I ship it every day practically, and I love it. It's so funny. One day, we've had different lines, which I'm going to talk about.
Yeah.
But once we started kitting, I hadn't really actually felt the papers.
Yes.
Because they're all in packages. And I one day was just like, oh, because I love crafting, and the quality of our paper is so beautiful.
Exactly.
Of Keep It Simple. It's such that nice, because I love all papers. I love shiny, I love glossy, but like this is just that beautiful.
It's got the texture, and it's heavy too, which is perfect for mini albums, because everybody is going to be going through it time after time, and it's not going to, you know, crinkle and fall apart, especially when you're adding all those goodies to it.
Exactly, and to cut dies and all that. So everybody, you want to get your hands on the Keep It Simple. We have Crafty Girls, and that's a lot of fun because we have a 2019 and a 2020 sticker, 12 by 12 sticker sheet.
Yes.
And on the 2019, I always love to look at it because it was like when we were in the shows. So if you came to any of our shows and you took a bunch of pictures like we always did, there's so many cute little pieces of stickers that you could put, like the collectible button, all that stuff.
Exactly.
You have to see.
So many different things on it.
We have a Clementine collection, which is really pretty.
Fashion-filled.
Fashion-filled, and you're kind of wearing the colors right now of it. It's just so cute. And with all the lines we have, like in Hello Adventure, there's a puffy alphabet, I think, like a...
The alphabet,
Alpha.
Yeah.
There is... puffy stickers.
There's buttons. Yes, we have stamp sets. Yeah, we have there's a wood grain stamp set that we have.
Yes,
awesome. That would be
beautiful.
perfect to use to add, to when you're adding, or even if you didn't complete the album. So
that's true.
You want to check out all those.
There's also bundles. If you go to the Keep It Simple Paper Crafts website, there's Back to Basics Sentiment Bundle, which she was talking about. There's this beautiful stamps that have all the sentiments, like get well, birthday, congratulations. Go look, because we need those for all of the insides of the cards. And there's Back to Basics collection, which is every color.
Those are the beautiful papers.
And there's also enamel dots that match every color, that match with the collection pack.
Yes. And our Max and Daisy, which is our pet line.
And Daisy,
all kinds of goodies.
There's just everything. I can go. There's Boys, 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 Celebrate the Little Things, Crop Kit, Farmhouse Fall, Namaste Home. We have Paper Keepers. There's enamel pins. Just go to the website. And let me tell you the show special. It's get 20% off your entire order using coupon code MiniAlbum20. That is awesome.
Great.
Go visit the website. There's a lot of great stuff.
Good deals. Great. All right, everybody. It is time for our next presentation. And this is an adorable album with a little twist from Arts and Crafts. So we'll be back.
Hello everybody, this is me T with Arts and Crafts, and I am here to show you how to put together your mini album that you received in your Mega Make and Take mini album edition. This one is mine. So before we get started, let's be sure that you have the proper tools that is needed to do this. You're going to need either a paper trimmer, or I like to just use scissors, some glue. I like to use my Nuvo Deluxe adhesive. Optionally, some ink. I use the Versacolor Umber, but any brown would work. And then you're going to want some foam squares. So let's get started. inside of your kit, pull everything out. So inside of your kit, you have your ephemera, or also known as your die cuts. And then you have your papers. You should have 4 of them, 4 different papers. And then your mini album base. So I'm going to start by assembling the book itself. So when you received it, you already had them folded on one score line. So what I'm going to do is finish the scoring. So you're just going to go in on each of these. And folding them all inward. And ignore some of my extra score lines. I messed this one up and thought I would use it as my sample. Okay, once you have your 3 pods scored nice and firmly, if you want to be sure they're scored extra well, you can use your bone folder and just go over it. I've kind of played with these a little bit so I know that they're scored well. So you're going to take whatever adhesive you chose to use. You're going to pick up your first one, making sure that your short flap is on the inside and your folded side is on your left. Pick it up, turn it over, and put your glue. Using the Nuvo glue, you don't need a lot. So I'm just going around the edge and a little bit in the center. Not going too far into this edge side so that when you put your next one on, it doesn't come out. Lay it right on top. Now, the most important part of this is making sure that your spine lines up really well. Just like that. Now just let it sit a moment, adhere really nicely. And that is the first part of your book. Pick up the next one, which was your bottom. Put your adhesive all around. Again, making sure that your short flap is on the right-hand side. Lay it down. Pick it up, and again, making sure that your spine lines up perfectly, and just hold it really nicely and let that dry. So that is all there is to putting together the album base. So let's set this aside. Now what we're going to do, I'm going to put my lid back on my glue. A little hint for you, tip, that when you're done with this, just squeeze a little bit to the top of it. Put the lid on. That takes out any of the air and keeps it from clogging. Now we're going to work on our pages. If you want to use a paper trimmer, go right ahead. You're just going to cut all of these apart. But like I said, I like to use scissors. These albums were made for a non-crafter in mind, so they come together really easily. What I like about these Tim Holtz scissors is the blade is extremely long, so it makes it easy to cut straight lines. You have a little gap in the center, so you're going to want to cut off a little bit on each side. If it's not straight, Don't worry about it. No one is going to notice. So we'll set those aside. Now we're going to do our other smaller pieces. So hopefully you're cutting along with me and I'm not just sitting here boring you. And I'm cutting the red off. You can leave it on if you like it. I put it there so you would have easy cut lines to know how to separate these from each other. So your kit has come with everything you need to put this album together, except for I did not give you the craft paper to do your mats. So if you want to do those, then you would go just from your scraps and grab any color you want. I actually forgot to grab some, so I'm sending my husband to my room. Again, we're just cutting everything apart to make it faster for us to assemble. What's nice about the way this album is set up is that your first page is your cover, and then some of the pieces that you'll need for the inside. After that, each page represents one section of pages. And I'll better explain that when we get to that. Okay. All right, so if you take a look at the book, what we've cut, oops, sorry about that. What we've cut is your front cover, your back cover, your side panel, and then on the inside, we've cut the pieces that go there. Now, as I mentioned, each one of these sheets represents a panel. So you'll see that you have this, 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 and that all on this sheet. So let's go ahead and finish cutting everything apart. And you're going to want to keep your pieces together. So on my sample, I inked all of my edges, but on this one, when I'm putting it together, I'm not going to ink it, just so that you can see the differences of when they're put together, and you can better make a decision on which look you like. We're just going to continue to cut all of our papers. Everything is pre-sized for you, so you don't have to worry about not cutting the right sizes. If you get it a little bit smaller like I did here, not a big deal. Once it's all put together, no one is going to notice. I notice I'm a little crooked here, so I'm just going to go in and clean it up. Again, I find it so much easier to cut this with scissors than I do my paper trimmer, but it's all a preference. All right, so we'll set these aside. Oh, let's not lose this little piece. So this album, depending on if you do the mats the same that I did, you can get 18 pictures on here. But there are definitely ways that you can add more pictures if you wanted by doing more flaps, and I'll show you what those flaps look like, or doing less flaps. And that's what I'm going to do on this one, is a couple of less flaps just so that you can see the diversity. So it really is a question of how many pictures you're wanting to get into your book. These make excellent Christmas gifts where you can set it up, assemble everything, and then give it to the recipient and let them add their own pictures. Just give it to them with a tape runner. And you can even mark on the mats, if you choose to do mats, what size picture it holds. This is the second set of inserts. Okay, so those are our next set. And now let's work on our final. If you like making mini albums, but you're often intimidated in putting the album itself together, but you have lots of papers, we do sell the blank cardstocks by themselves to make the sheets. It's 100-pound cardstock. Everything is pre-scored for you, just as you've received in your kit, and it comes in 3 colors. The light craft, which I have here, a dark craft, which some of you received, and then we also have it in black. This album comes together really nicely with 4 sheets of cardstock, double-sided cardstock, and then your ephemera pack or stickers or, you know, whatever you already have in your collection. You can hear my puppy crying over there. I think a lot of you know that I have a new puppy. Her name is Zoe. We also call her Zozo. She has a neurological disorder and is extremely needy. Maybe before we're done with the album, she'll make an appearance. She usually does. Okay, we have all of our pieces put together. I'm just going to brush away my trash, pull back in my album base, and let's start assembling. Oh, looks like I have a little extra white here. Let me just trim that off. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to start with our cover. So you're going to take this piece. I like to tap my glue down a little before I get started. Go the same method and lay this down. And just wiggle it in place until it's centered in your book, just like that. So this is what it looks like uninked. This is what it looks like inked. We're going to turn it over, do our back panel the same way. And I don't know if you're noticing that every time I set my glue down, I do just that extra little pump so the air doesn't get back into it and have it get clogged. Okay, now we're going to do our spine. Now I mentioned earlier that lining up your spine is the most important part here, because if your spine is not lined up well, this piece becomes a little bit more difficult to put on. So we're just going to line that up right into the center. And then I like to just hold it on its end, kind of squishing it down a little bit. Whoops. Let's try that again. I don't know why I feel like I'm rushing when I have all the time in the world. Okay. So that looks good. Now we're going to open the book and you're going to do your inside panels. So you'll grab these 4 pieces. What's nice about these pieces is your lights are not dimensional, or not dimensional, they're not one or the other sided, so you don't have to worry about putting it upside down because your lights are going both directions. Now your Merry Christmas piece is directional. That's the word I was looking for, directional. It is directional. So take a look at this before you put it on to be sure your words are going the correct direction. Uh-oh, this one got a little crooked. Sorry about that. Sometimes hard to see when I'm working for the camera's angle, not necessarily my angle. Add a little bit more glue onto this. Let me use this line, the score line on the side, to better adjust that. There it is. So that's a good hint. Use, if you are like me, have a hard time lining things up, use your score line as your guide. Okay, so let me show you what those look like. So here is panel 1, and you can see that I've inked it. Here's your center panel. And then your top panel. We'll get to all of the directions next, or I'm sorry, the decorations next. So now we're going to work on your center grouping. So you want to grab these right here. So we're going to start with your largest. None of these papers are directional, which again makes it that much easier. Well, actually I take that back. They are a little directional. So like I said, these albums come together very, very quickly and easily. Everything, as I said, is pretty much pre-measured for you except for your photo mats. And the reason I don't pre-cut your mats for you is I want you to cut your mats based upon your picture sizes. All right, so we just finished this. We have our left, our center, our right, and then our flip. All right, now grab your last 3 papers. I'm sorry, your last 4 papers. And we're going to continue down the same. So here on your large piece, you're going to want to be sure your stripes are going up and down. Okay, so let's take a look. So there's your left, your center, your right, and your flip. All right, so now we're going to set that aside. We're going to pull in all of our other pieces that we've already cut apart, and we're going to grab our baggie of ephemera. Let's set our string aside. So what you're going to want to start with is pulling out all of these pieces here. And then your top piece. We'll set those aside. All right, so what I've done here is to give it the depth that you see here. I cut multiple pieces of the tree, glued them together, and then glued them onto the book. So you get the dimensional look without it being really flimsy. So let's go ahead and do that. making sure it's all lined up really well. Now you'll notice on my kit, it's got a few stray cuts that didn't cut out well. Yours won't have that. Since this is my sample, I used a kit that didn't cut as clean as it should have. But if that ever happens to you, just take your scissors and clean it up. Stack them up nice and straight. All right, then you're going to take your glue, line it up, and stick it right there. And just hold it down. And that's what that is going to look like. All right, now let's open our book and do our next page. So we're going to grab our 2 gingerbread people and put some foam squares on them. Now, I'm not going to fully decorate this. I'll walk you through it. All right, so this mat, if you choose to do that, I didn't include the paper for you, but it is a 4x4. What I think would look nice in this book if you just put your picture straight down on it, or a little mat, it's up to you. You're going to put foam squares behind your gingerbread men. Now what I do is you'll see that I can lift my gingerbread person, and I do not take the sticker off of the gingerbread or off of any of my pieces until I put my pictures down, so I can slip my picture right inside of here and then put my gingerbread people down. So those are your 2 gingerbread people. Here you're going to cut a piece of cardstock, any color you choose. Red would be pretty, green, I used craft. You're going to cut this 8 inches long by 3.5 wide, folded in half at the 4-inch mark, then taking your gingerbread panel, gluing it on top, and then gluing it onto this outside fold over panel. Now with your long candy cane piece, I put glue on the 2 sides and down the center. Put my mat there. The reason I did that is if you have extra pictures that you're trying to do, sometimes what I like to do is make like a film strip look and put some smaller pictures there or different things and just tuck it into that pocket. And then here again, the foam squares are not touching the mat, and you'll put this piece down. So that makes up your first 4 pages. Let's turn it over. Okay, so here's your Christmas present, and then your Believe piece. And these are tucked in. I glued on the 2 sides, and I just tucked in some extra little fun things. You can glue these down later. What could be fun is if you have a long picture, you could stick it here and then your picture there. 2 additional presents here. Again, your mats are cut 4 by 4. This one here is 4 by 3.5. This one here is 8 by 3.5, scored and folded at the 4-inch mark. Okay, we have your holiday here. Again, you know, not completely put down for your picture. So with your string, what I did is I took the string, folded it in half, and then just cut it in half. So I have 2 equal parts. To give it this multi-layer, I just take it and wrap it around 3 fingers. Tie it in a knot, and then use that extra piece to tie it on. Again, these are not glued down, they're just tucked into that pocket, and then here's your pucker up. And then your last piece, which is your holly, and then your flip over love, peace, joy, love, peace, and Christmas. And that is how you assemble this book. Couple of things I want to mention is that you want to be sure that you use a wet glue on this, as I mentioned earlier, that I do use my Nuvo to be sure everything comes together nicely. If you have any questions, let me know, and in a minute I will show you some of our other albums that we have in the store. We do have a special going. Everything in the store is 20% off, but if you look at the cover sheet that was included in your packet, you'll see that there is a special bonus code for you for the end of the year. So hang tight and I'll show you some of our other albums. Okay, here are some of the other albums that we have in the store. We have our Merry and Bright, which is another Christmas album. Do a quick run through of that for you to give you a sneak peek. And all of these in the store do come with your papers for your mats. So Merry and Bright. This is my newest, which is Pumpkin Shed. Great for your Thanksgiving or your harvest, or whatever you celebrate in your area. My 4th of July. My birthday. Kind of going through these fast, but we do have pictures that come with it. And you can see the concept behind all of these albums are pretty much the same. Here's my Valentine's Love or Anniversary. We have our Quarantine album. So I think I mentioned in a little bit earlier about how I like to add smaller little tuck-ins. That's what this looks like. On mine, I glued it down because I didn't want it to get lost as I'm demoing. But you wouldn't want to do that. And then here is my magic one. All the albums are $34.99 in the store. Right now, you do have your special coupon, which I'm not going to announce out loud because it is only, that special coupon is only available to those of you that bought the kit. But for everybody else, all of the albums are 20% off, and I do believe there are kits left over, so I might as well mention that if you did go and purchase the kit, I am giving you 30% off all of my mini albums through the end of the year. But the code is only available on the instruction sheet that was included in your packet when you bought the kits from the expo. So hope that you enjoyed my mini books and look forward to having you shop with us and put together many, many more.
Welcome back, everybody, and I'll tell you what, we are getting in the holiday spirit, aren't we, Miss Vickyville?
Yes,
with this
Christmas.
Adorable mini album from Hearts and Crafts. And, you know, this is one of those filled with all kinds of goodies. You know, we have the gingerbread men. You want to be a great place to put a picture right there for making cookies.
Oh.
So, and also, I love the Believe, you know, and look, I always love
that.
These little flips and flaps and flops and pockets and everything, as you know.
Adorable.
And look, you could either put a what you got for the holidays, or maybe even a wish list. You could, oh, you know what would be perfect? You make this album, you give this to somebody with your wish list in it before Christmas.
Yeah. And then pictures of yourself getting all the gifts.
You can act surprised. Well, you know, and here's another, isn't that a great idea?
That actually is.
So now here, you know, I talked about at the beginning how the albums were all different. Mm-hmm. Well, you know, she added this extra, look, it closes like this, but you get that extra little flip, flap, flop, I call it, to just like a little secret Santa room, I guess. Right. So, but it's just decorated adorably. And, you know, T has so many she does such a great job with her kits and just adds everything. And she is somebody else who can give you some great tips. So don't be afraid to ask her, because she's been in the industry for quite a while. Right. And just has, just love her kits, you know, and she makes it so simple to kind of take that stress out of it. So
exactly. And
for sure.
That's what I was on the website, and like she was talking about the mini albums that she has. The other ones, she has Thanksgiving, of course she has the Christmas, she has 4th of July, birthday, Valentine's, even a quarantine album. Yeah. We all have those, right? We all need those, actually. That's what I meant to say. Need them in our lives. Yes. Whoa.
Excuse me.
I got so excited.
She's all choked up, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry. But they're so cute. All of them. And like you said, T is just, and there's a hidden tag. I don't know. I just love the little pockets, you know. Yeah, and the flips and all that. So. There's also so many really super duper cute scrapbook layouts. Yeah. And I thought I was looking. There's where was that? Yeah, the layout. Okay, I saw that on one of the layouts. There's a TV. And she has a Let's Make a Deal layout. Oh, how fun is that? I need one of the, you know, I was thinking about that because I need a game show mini album. Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, Dave needs that. There's pets, different celebrations. Just go on the website. There's so many wonderful things there. I noticed that right now she has a lot of Halloween stuff. So we've all just, you know, had Halloween. Yeah. So we need... You know, we need to start getting those memories. Yeah, and scrapbooks. So look on there for that. There's beautiful card kits. So say you don't have the time, but you really want to sit one afternoon or one weekend and just make a bunch of cards. Yeah, this would be a great thing. And I was thinking too, like my best friend, she used to craft, but she has little ones, and I don't think she has that much time to have a lot of stuff. Right. So I thought this would be a perfect gift to give her a mini album, kit for Christmas, and she
Oh,
could
yeah.
kind of get back into it,
Yeah.
so she could start
Yeah.
crafting with me.
Shouldn't
No.
have time to cut, but you know,
But
like
it's
with
already,
the kits, it's already ready to
and
go.
so I thought that would be such a great idea for somebody that maybe you want to start inching them towards this awesome hobby
Yes.
of ours.
I know. It's either getting somebody back or saying, well, you know, here, just try it. You know,
Exactly.
Try this, so.
So she also has Julie netting dolls and kits on her website that you can, you know.
And those are amazing.
I love
those
making
products.
the tags. Can you imagine giving a Christmas gift to your favorite, you know, friends or whatever with a Julie netting doll
Yeah.
on
Oh, yeah.
as a tag?
They
That
would love
be
that.
So beautiful,
They
right?
would love it.
Of course, she has the Nuvo adhesive. I know that's like everybody's favorite adhesive,
yes.
and she has that there. So basically, you're gonna want to go to Hearts and Crafts website because there's just amazing things
Yes.
there.
And
Beautiful.
And you know, the adhesive, you know, that's so good to use on the
Right.
projects that are going to be handled a lot. So,
Exactly.
you know, I mentioned before, but you always want to make sure that you use that really good adhesive for your mini albums and books. Things are going to be handled a lot.
Exactly.
So. And she has it.
Yes, she does have it. All right. So Hearts and Crafts save 20% off your entire order and free freight at $100. So that is awesome.
Yes. Very good. Well, thank you, Miss T from Hearts and Crafts. And now we have our next mini album presentation from the great folks at Quick Quotes. We'll be back.
Hi everybody, we are excited to be here today doing a mini book with you for the Mega Mini Book Make and Take. We are Quick Quotes Scrapbook Company, and if you are following along, we will get started on the kit in a minute. If you are just checking in for the deals and stuff, I wanted to show you the deal that we're having for the event. It's 25% off all regular priced items, and you can use promo code MMTE25. If you order $40 worth of product, you also get a free mini book in your kit. I'll show you what that one is. You'll get this free mini book if you order $40 worth of product before shipping. So 25% off any regular priced items on our website, and $40 order gets you a free mini book. So if you decide to place an order, there's the deals for you. We're going to get started on our mini book here. This is the project that we're doing today. Lots of little pieces to it, but it's pretty simple to put together. We're going to start off with some cutting diagrams. If you are just now opening your kit, you're going to want to punch pieces out of the die cuts. I'll flip through here so you can see what the whole book looks like. We try to put in every kit that we do, we try to put in clear instructions with clear pictures so you know exactly what you're getting into and directions that are easy to follow. You should have a plain white album, looks like this, and this is what we are going to doll up with all of our pretty papers. So the paper line that we are actually using is called Delight, which we do have that on the website, and if you decide you like this paper line, you can order with your 25% off coupon. So you can see at the bottom here, it's called Delight. If you have in your kit any of these papers that have the tab still on it, this strip here, go ahead and trim that off at 12 inches. You can just trim that bottom tab off. And then we're going to go through some cutting diagrams. In a lot of our kits that we do, we have a lot of things pre-cut for you or laser cut for you. But this one there's so many pages that we had to do a few diagrams. So I will walk through it slowly so that everybody can cut at the same time. So as you're punching out, just make little piles of similar products, and I'll give you time to kind of sort back through them as we go. So I have a few things here that I still need to punch out as well. Give you some time to get set up there. And whenever we do have to do a diagram, we try to make it pretty simple cuts. We always have a sheet that has the diagrams on it. So we have our instruction sheet, which is the cover of your kit. On the other side, it has one of the diagrams here, step-by-step instructions, which I'm going to walk you through anyway. And then we have an extra little diagram sheet here. And I will kind of go slow as we go through that so that we can all kind of stay together as we go. On this one, for Powder Puff chalking inks, it actually suggests sky blue, lemon chiffon, berry jam, and mermaid. But there are a lot of colors that will match this kit. So if you have a collection of Powder Puff chalking inks, you just choose whichever color you would like. I'll show you a few different ones that I'll use throughout here. But we always like to give you a suggestion, and really they're only suggestions. So you just choose the colors that you feel you like the best. And just so you know, our warehouse is right next to a train track. So we're gonna have the train. It sounds like it's going right through our warehouse, but it's not. We just get to listen to it all day long, every day. So I'm sorry about that. I'll just try and talk louder as it goes through. So as you're kind of punching things out, we are going to start with this cutting diagram. So you can see this piece of paper, and I made some notes on here that will hopefully make it easier for us as we go. But this piece of paper has the cutting diagrams that we're going to start with. There's two papers that look very similar. The paper here has more white paisley kind of flowery stuff on it, and it's a lighter blue. The one on here that says blue floral, this one is a darker blue background, and it has smaller paisleys on it. So we're going to start with the light blue floral paper. So it looks like this, and this is for your cover and the inside of your cover. So let's grab this piece of paper, and we're going to go by this first diagram. So what you want to do, I'm going to set my book out of the way just for a second here. So we want to cut 4 pieces that are 5 3/4 by 5 3/4. So we will, and it really doesn't matter which way your paper goes in. It's kind of an all over print, so however it ends up going in your book, it's going to look good. So I'm going to put my paper in at 5 3/4, line it up at 5 3/4. And I'm going to, oh my, I gotta grab a different trimmer. My trimmer piece is broken. Okay. I stole one off of Patsy's desk. Don't tell her. Okay, let's start again here. Get this set up. So you put your light blue floral paper, that's a long train, in at 5 3/4. And make a cut. Pull that to the side. The next one goes in, just slide this in at 5 3/4. And make another cut. Now both of these get cut at 5 3/4, and a lot of times I will just put them together, make sure they're all lined up, and put them both in again at 5 3/4. Scoot that down. So let's get these. And then again at 5 3/4. And if you want to do these separate, that's fine. I just put mine together, cut it again at 5 3/4. And then you have 4 pieces at 5 3/4, and these are for your cover. So we're going to just sit these in a pile and keep all like sizes together. So I'm just going to sit these all in a pile. The next cuts we are going to make is out of the darker blue paisley paper. And it's not really dark blue, it's just darker than the one that we had. So this paper here that has the smaller paisleys on it with less white flowers, we are going to cut with this diagram. And there's actually 2 sheets of this that we will cut exactly the same. If you want to layer them and cut them at the same time, that's totally fine. I'm going to do it singly just so I can kind of go at a slow pace, and then we'll just make sure that everybody's all on the same page here. So with this paper, we are going to want to put it at 5. Take a cut. Put it in again at 5. Make a cut. And then I didn't, you can always trim these off. I think I said that earlier, but those, they can be trimmed off. And a lot of times we trim them off for you. Not sure how those got in there like that, but. And then this one is a 2-inch strip that's left over, and I'm just going to trim off the bottom there. And if you can see, so this strip right here is this strip here. So it's 2 inches by 12 inches. You need a 5 by 2. So you need to cut off a 5-inch piece from that. So this piece will turn and we'll cut that at 5 inches. And these are to cover your little pockets that are in your book. So we are going to just make a pile of this size, set it to the side. Now, these 2 pieces, they need to be in 5 by 5 pieces. You can see here, 5 by 5 pieces, and then these on the end will end up being 2 by 5s. So I'm going to put these together, and I'm going to cut it at 5. And then I'm going to move this in, cut it at 5. And then what you have left are 2 by 5 pieces. So these will go up in the pile with the one that you already did. And then you have 4 5 by 5 pieces. So I'm going to do that again because we do need one more sheet cut like that. So if you're still cutting or need a little extra time, I'm going to go through this one more time because there's 2 sheets of the same paper that needs cut like that. So all the 5 by 5 pieces, I'm just going to sit in a pile. And actually this time I'm going to start by cutting off the bottom strip here. Okay, so now we go in again at 5 inches and cut. Slide this over, 5 inches and cut. Then you have your 2 by 12. We're going to turn that, cut that at 5 inches. Which gives you a little extra pocket piece that you put in your pile that you already have started for the 2 by 5 pieces. And these are some leftover pieces that you can use throughout your book if you want to. Set them to the side. We tend to not really throw anything away. So with a lot of our kits, we always warn people, don't throw away the negative or don't throw away something that looks like scraps, because we tend to use basically everything from each paper. Okay, so these 2 we are putting together and cut at 5, slide it in and cut at 5, which gives you 4 5x5 pieces. So you want to put that up with your other 4 that you just cut in the same paper. Put that in the pile. And then you have your 2x5 pieces for your pockets that you put in the pile with the 2x5s. Okay, so this feels like a lot of cutting, but once we're done, then the fun part starts and we will just start loading it into your book. So the next cutting diagram is actually for, you can see here in the album, these little side books that slide into the side. So really these are a pretty easy cut. And they go into the side of some of the pages here. So the next diagram that we'll be moving to is, so we just did this one, we did 2 papers in this one. Flip it over and we are going to cut the 5x12s. And then this little piece that goes, if you flip that over, there's yellow on the back. So you can see it's this paper, yellow on the back. And it goes behind this little saying here. So we'll set that aside. And then when we do the cover, just know that you have that little piece that you'll be cutting out of there. Okay, so find one more of the floral, the light blue floral with white, yellow on the back. And we are going to do this diagram. And it's a 5x12, 5x12, and then we'll do the smaller piece on the end. So put it in your cutter at 5. Slide it in a little further at 5. And then these we'll just set aside because eventually we're just going to score them and fold them over. We'll do that at the end and put them into the pockets. So this piece that we have left over, we're going to cut this little, and actually we can turn it over to the yellow side because that'll be the side that we actually use for this piece on the cover, this back piece behind the quotes. So it is a 2.5 by 1 3/4. So we want to turn it sideways, cut it at 2.5, put it into 2.5, and then we turn it to 1 3/4. And you do have this piece left over, so if you need to make a different size when we get down to it and you want to make it bigger or use this for something else, I would hang on to this piece. And then set this one aside because we'll be using this on your cover piece with the quote. Okay, so we're down to our last cutting diagram. The last cutting diagram is on the full sheet of instructions. And it is on the light blue floral paper with the yellow on the back. So it says here, we need a 5x12. We're actually going to, I'm going to turn this upside down because we're going to cut this piece off first. So we need to cut a 5x12 off of one edge of the paper. So I'm just going to put it in at 5x12 or at 5 inches. And I'm going to cut. This goes in with your other ones that we're going to fold later to put in the pockets of the book. So there's 3 of those we'll set aside. And then this next one, we are going to make a cut for the binding. So you can see here, this one is a little bit longer than the rest of these. So we're going to make this cut. So this piece, we are actually going to turn sideways. And we're going to cut at 2 inches. So turn the rest of this paper, turn it sideways after you cut off your 5x12 and cut it at 2 inches. Now this 2-inch piece needs to be 2 by 5 3/4. So we're going to turn it, put it at 5 3/4, and trim it down. You got a little piece left over. You can just set that to this in the scrap pile, which we don't end up with too many scraps, and then this is for the binding of your book. Now we're going to do the other 2 5x5 out of this piece that's left. So we'll put it in long way at 5 inches and trim at 5 inches. You'll have some left over here. And then we turn to 5 inches. And you have 2 5-inch pieces here. So to go over that again, we cut off a 5-inch piece, and then we turn this sideways in our trimmer, cut off 2 inches, and make that little piece 2 by 5 3/4. And then with what's left, we make 2 5x5 pieces. And if for some reason you made a miscut or you're trying to catch up or something, don't even worry. Don't stress about it, because as we go, I can go through some of these dimensions again, and we can do some cutting then. If you are all done with your cutting, you can start chalking up the edges of anything you would like. I like to use chalk on almost every single piece. So go ahead and start chalking. And then we are going to do 2 more cuts, and then we are done. You have in your kit a 6x12 piece that looks like this, and I made little marks on the back. Mine's going to be all marked up because it's just a sample, and I just want you to be able to see what we're cutting. But this is the piece we're going to do next, so go ahead and find that. It's a 6x12. Once you find that, you can slide it into your cutter. Here comes another train. Slide it into your cutter at 4 inches and trim. And then 4 inches and trim. Honestly, for as loud as these trains sound, we don't even notice them most of the time anymore. So you had a 6x12 piece, and we cut 3 4x6s. So we cut at 4 inches. And you should have 3 4x6 pieces. And these are the pieces that actually just slide right into the pockets that you can use for photo backers. So 3 4x6 pieces. All right, so we should have all the, oh, we have one more. So there is a light blue with paisleys on the other side, light blue solid on one side. It's a 5x10, so we're just going to cut it in half to a 5x5 and a 5x5. So once you find the paisley paper with the solid blue on the other side, slide it into your trimmer and cut at 5x5. Okay, so in front of me, I have little piles of different sizes of stuff. And again, if you are trying to catch up or you cut something wrong, there's always a way to kind of make it work later. So there is a paper in there also that shows every page that we are going to be doing. I'm going to walk you through where it's a little simple because we have everything cut. It's simpler to kind of put it in a certain order, but if you want to go ahead and chalk and add things wherever you want, that is fine. This is your book. There is no right or wrong way to do it. So while some people are finishing up cutting, and chalking things up, I am going to chalk a few things up so that you can see exactly how we use the Powder Puff chalking inks. So I'm going to start with these 4 pieces. They are, I think it was 5 3/4. Yes, they are 5 3/4 by 5 3/4. So the way that I'm going to do it is I'm going to chalk up some of these pieces and then I'm going to glue it down to my book. And then I'm going to chalk up some of the other pieces and glue them down to my book. You can definitely follow me and do it in the order that I'm doing it. That's the way I find it easiest. If you want to do it on your own, you go right ahead. I am not the boss of you. You can do it however. Okay, so I'm going to take these 4 pieces, 5 3/4 by 5 3/4, and I think I will use, I really like this mermaid. This is one of our colors from last year, but I use it on a lot of things. Our Powder Puff chalking inks, they go on wet, but they are very fast drying and they leave the soft, chalky look without having kind of the mess of chalk. And there's different techniques people use. Some people just run it along the side. I tend to do mostly the corners just to give it a little extra dimension and color and softness to it. But mermaid is one of my favorite colors. A little bit green, a little bit blue, kind of aqua color in there. There's also sky blue. It's a really nice one as well for these papers. So I'm gonna, and barnboard, which is a darker, is like a deep red. That one is used a lot with this paper line too, because we have this deep kind of orangey red behind here. This is what sky blue looks like. And if you have a collection of Powder Puff chalking inks, you just grab the ones that you like the best. Sometimes we suggest some inks, but once in a while in class, people will suggest colors that we would have never thought would go with that paper line, and it ends up looking gorgeous. So you go ahead and choose which one you like. We're going to get all 4 of these chalked up. I'll do another one with sky blue. And our Powder Puff chalking inks, we come out with a new 12-pack every year. This year we came out with an ice cream collection, and it has some really fun flavors. We call them flavors, but you don't want to eat them. Don't eat them. We have, I think, let's see, Chunky Monkey ice cream flavor, tiramisu, blackberry cobbler, blueberry bliss. There's some really fun colors. Bubblegum in that one. I'm going to chalk one of these in barnboard so you can see what it looks like with the deep kind of red color around it. This color is gorgeous too. Picked a paper that didn't have much red on it, but you can see what the barnboard would look like on this paper. So it just kind of adds a little color and a little dimension there. So I'm going to move my trimmer out of the way since we have all of that. We have the hard part out of the way. Okay, so we have these 4 pieces all chalked up. I'm going to grab my album, and these are for the cover. I'm looking for my binding piece. Oh, here it is. I'll just give you some time to keep chalking. I know that that takes a little while. So there's also a binding piece that goes on the outside here. So you want the 4 pieces that are 5 3/4 by 5 3/4, plus you want this piece that is, oops, 5 3/4 by 2. So go ahead and chalk that up, and it's going to go on the outside. We're going to start decorating the outside of your little mini book here. I'm going to use Mermaid again. Big fan of this one. And then I'm gonna grab my tape gun. Somebody borrowed some things from my desk here. It's probably theirs in the first place. I tend to borrow off of desks. Okay, so once you have the 2 by 5 3/4 piece, I'm going to put a little adhesive on that down both sides, little in the middle. There's my adorable son. He somehow got stuck to the side of this and I can't bear to take it off. I love seeing it every day. Okay, so this piece goes on the outside, and this is the beginning of decorating up your album. I got a little crooked here. And you just kind of want to center that. Glue that down. And then these 4 pieces, they fit on the front, on the back, and then on the inside of each cover. So go ahead and get some adhesive. Glue those down. You can also use like a 3-in-1. We use Beacon's 3-in-1 adhesive a lot. But this tape gun works really well to stick to this, this little mini book, the material that it's made out of. So, and you can choose any one of these, whatever print you want on the front. Go ahead and put some adhesive on, center it, put it down. And I'm going to flip mine over and do the other side. And if you did order the Mega Make and Take, you also received, I forgot to say this at the beginning, but in your kit, you should have a coupon with the code and everything on it with the free kit that you get when you order. So hang on to that from your kit as well. Okay, we're going to put some inside covers. And mine is just a sample, so I'm not putting a ton of glue, but you don't really need a lot, mostly because this is not a slick surface that you're sticking it to. Okay, center that there on the inside of your book. And then we'll do the back inside cover. Put some adhesive on that. Oops. Center that on the inside cover. And then you have the start of your decorated book. And I'll give you a minute to get that together. And then we are going to grab the other smaller papers that are out of that same print, the light blue floral with the white flowers on it. These go on the first page and the last page. So go ahead and chalk those up, and then we'll put it on the last page and the first page. You should have 2, I think these are 5x5s. Yep, 2 5x5 pieces out of the same paper. I'm going to chalk those up. I'm going to use lemon chiffon this time. It's a really soft yellow. Very pale yellow. And if you like the yellows, we actually, in our newest set, we have, you can buy these singly as well, but they do come in 12-pack sets. We have Chunky Monkey, which is a really pretty bright yellow. So you can see here the difference. This is Chunky Monkey, this is Lemon Chiffon. This is a very soft, kind of pale yellow here. So this one, I'm going to put some adhesive on. This is a 5x5 piece of the same paper that we used for the cover and the back cover. I'm going to open it up and add that right to the center of the first page. And then we have one more 5x5. And I'll try another color just to change it up a little bit. This one is light moss. This is a really popular color. We use it for a lot of things, but this one has some green in it. So I'm going to go ahead and chalk it up with light moss. It's kind of an olive color. It's close to what we used to have, a soft sage color. But this one is light moss. So if you do see any of these that you like, they are, some of the more popular ones are really low stock right now. So if you do know that you want those, I would grab those fairly quickly. Okay, so this is going to go on the last page. So as I'm doing this, it's very hard to know. I know everybody's kind of going at different pace. If there's questions, you can put them in the comments, and I will try my best to get you all the information that you need to be able to get this project finished. And again, you don't have to do it exactly like me. You go ahead and be creative and add what you want to it. Okay, so now we are going to decorate all the other pages. So there's all these 5x5 pieces that you have here. So chalk them up with any color you would like, or don't chalk them if you don't want to. But I love adding a little extra color to it with the powder puffs. So I'm going to chalk some of these up. I'll give you some time. And really, I know that this seems like it should be kind of small and delicate, but you can just run your chalking ink down the edge. I do a little more around the corners, but a lot of times I'll just run it right down the edge and then just do more on the corners, especially when you have this much to chalk. Just go down the side, do a little more on the corner. And I'm just trying to do this right along with you so that I'm trying not to get ahead of anybody, and definitely don't want this to be a stressful project, that's for sure. Stress-free zone here. And like I said, a lot of our kits, they don't have quite as many cutting diagrams. A lot of our page kits especially. Some of the mini books, they have a little more because we try to beef up the mini books and add lots of stuff to it. But a lot of the page kits, there's not a whole lot to cut out. So just keep adding your chalk, and then we'll glue these pages into the book. So as you're chalking things up, I have to tell you, we actually had, Quick Quotes had a live event not too long ago, and it was a really fun event. We do lots and lots of classes all in one day. But we were amazed at the suggestions people were putting out with the powder puff chalking inks. There's quite a few people that have a large collection of powder puff chalking inks, and it was so fun to try some of the colors that people were suggesting throughout the live event that we did. So I stuck to the same color on all of these, but you can mix it up however. And then we are just going to turn pages and glue them into any page that has just a flat surface. The ones with the pockets, we're going to skip and do that later. So anything that has just a flat surface, we are going to add one of these to. So go ahead and just, I'm gonna lay a few out, get some adhesive on a few of them at a time here. Okay. And while we're adding these, I'll tell you a little story that kind of caught me off guard this morning. I was getting ready to come into work, and I have a 7-year-old, a 6-year-old, and 4-year-old boys. And just before we left, they sat down and they said, "Can I make a list of things that I need for my birthday?" And I was like, "Oh, you need, huh?" And so we sat down and we talked about a few of the things that they want. And I said, "Okay, guys, I got to go into work." And they all immediately were like, "Why do you always have to go design a kit? Why do you have to go into work? Why can't you stay with us?" And so I showed them all the stuff that they thought they needed for their birthday. And I told them, if I don't go into work, I won't be able to buy any of these. And they said, "You should go into work." And they didn't even care if I walked out. It was a little sad, but they understood. Exactly. And then they asked for their own jobs so that they could earn their own money at home. And I certainly did not turn that down. I left them with a list of jobs. So we'll see if they actually get done. Okay, so I'm just adding these 5x5 pieces to all the flat pages throughout. My 4-year-old son somehow in preschool got named Cash Money. And he loves to go by that. So I do feel like he might be the one that's going to understand how jobs and money work. But the more I look at him and watch him work, he is probably going to be in management. He is really good at letting his brothers know what needs to happen to get done, to get the job done. And he stands off to the side and kind of watches it get done. So we'll see. I love to see their little personalities and how they think. Okay, and then we have 2 more that we had cut from another little sheet. Chalk those up real quick. Another color that we tend to use a lot is called Baja Blue. And I should have used one on here to show you, or maybe I will on the last one since mine's just a sample, doesn't really have to match. So all these 5x5 pieces are going just on the flat pages, nothing with a pocket. And I will grab Baja Blue. This one is gorgeous. It's Patsy's favorite color for sure. She uses it on all of her travel pages. It's kind of a teal. Really like that color. And it matches a lot of our papers. There's also, in the new set, in the ice cream collection, there is Blueberry Bliss. Show that on here. It's a little bit darker, has a little bit more navy look to it, but it's real soft. I don't know if you can see that very well on that blue. A little bit more navy. So that's a Blueberry Bliss in the new. Okay, so this is my last one to put on here on the page. And then we will move on, and we have our book half done, the pages covered. All right, so we should have all the flat pages covered. Next, we are going to put the 2x5 strips on each pocket. Hello, train. So we'll chalk those up a little bit. I'm so glad that Expo is doing the Mega Make and Takes, because this is a fun way to get a full day of classes in and a variety of stuff. And I love to watch the other companies go live also. Some fun techniques that they have. So the 2x5 pieces, they're gonna go on every pocket. So go ahead and chalk those up with whichever color. I'm using the Baja Blue again, Patsy's favorite color. And I know a lot of you know Patsy from the conventions that she's taught the classes over the years. She really misses seeing everyone's face this year. She misses being in person for sure. I think we're all kind of missing it at this point. And if you do know Patsy, give her a little note in the comments and I will make sure that she sees it. She also teaches some of our live events, so you can check that out on our website as well. We should have the first part of December, we'll have a full day of classes by Patsy. So check that out. If you go to our website and you click on classes and event bundles, it will have some information on some of our live classes, and the next one would be first part of December. I can't remember the date exactly, but and Patsy's always a good time when she teaches. I think in that event we do four classes for $49, and we do prizes and a thank you gift, and it's really a fun event. We give away tons of prizes throughout our events. And usually we do, for our one-day events, we usually do 4 layout classes and some kind of altered project as well. But we're hoping next year that we can actually come see you in person. So each of these get put onto the front of a pocket, down to the last one. And again, mine is just a sample, so I'm not gluing too terribly much on each one. You probably know the adhesive that works best for you, but 3-in-1 works well. And really any sort of double-sided tape works. Okay, so we basically have all of our pages and pockets covered. And if you're still working on that, you go right ahead. The next piece that we are going to work with is we cut these 3 4x6 pieces. So go ahead and chalk those up how you want, or you can just stick them in your book now. And when you get the pictures on them that you want, then you can chalk them up with a different color that matches your picture as well. So we're gonna stick these into the book. You can chalk them up if you'd like to. Then I'll use and a lot of these pieces, when I'm doing projects like this, I'll put it all together, and then as I add photos, I actually chalk the colors on there. So if you decide you want to wait and chalk them later, or there's a certain color that you want to purchase with your coupon that you got in this kit, then you can wait and chalk it when your new ink colors come in as well. Okay, so as you're getting the rest of those on the pocket, I'm going to flip through the book here. We're going to do this in a few minutes, this little book on the end. But we're going to put in all of the other pieces as we go. So the first pocket gets a tag. The back of that gets a green photo mat. And then to the next pocket, tag, back, green photo mat, tag, and on the back is a green photo mat. So we're going to go ahead and just add that. The tags get a brad in the top of each of them. So all of our embellishments usually come in a little bag like this. So if you're looking for your embellishments, flip through your papers and it's in a little bag like this with all the embellishments in there. It's kind of little, so if you don't see it, look around your feet. It's easy to fall out when the package is opened. We are, for the tags, there should be 3 teal brads in there. So I'm going to get 3 teal brads out. And I don't have my tags punched out yet, so you might actually be ahead of me. Okay, and again, if you would like to chalk these up now, awesome. If not, you can hold off. I'm just going to chalk up this one. But these teal brads go right into the top of each tag. And fold it out. And then there's space for a photo here. I'm going to put that into the first pocket. Chalking this up just a little here. Put the brad in the top, fold it out. Put the brad in the top and fold it out. Okay, so you have your 4x6 pieces and you have your tags. So we put tag in the first page, you flip it to the back, and you put a green photo mat in the back. And you have a few regular pages that you can add some embellishments to, photos. Oops, and then we put a tag in, flip it over, and go to the back. And some of these are a little bit tight. Then go through the next, tag in there, flip it to the back, and a green photo backer. Okay, we're getting there. And again, if you're a little bit behind, just go ahead and stick those in there, and you can always go back and chalk those later too. So we have all the basics in there, and we can start decorating the front page. Let's see here. So you have a die cut. I started to punch these out as well. But you have a die cut that looks like this. So let's go ahead and punch all of those out, and we're gonna make our little book for the inside, and we're gonna do our little photo mat for the front. And these actually have a little score line. They're hard to see, but there is a score line right up by the holes at the top. There's a score line there. So these are all gonna line up. And then there's one square that is for a photo mat on the front of your kit. And there's some extra space here on some of these die cuts. You might want to save those. They might be good for like embellishments and stuff on the inside. So we want to take the largest. So this is how it works here. So the largest goes down first, next, and then the smallest. And they rotate. So let me find the largest here, which is this one. So you want the floral side up. On the largest one, you want the floral side up. Solid green on one side, floral side up. And then you find the next, and you turn that with the floral side down. So you want to alternate. And then the next biggest, floral side up. And then the next is floral side down, so you end up with green on the top. So I'll do that one more time. Floral side up. Then the next biggest, green side up. Next biggest, floral side up. Then smallest is green side up. Once you have that, put them all together, and then you should have a blue small piece of gingham ribbon. And that also is a small piece that's just tucked in between your papers. And sometimes this gets a little static that sticks to your papers. So if you're not seeing it, kind of flip your papers and see if you have it stuck maybe in the package still or with your directions. But what you want to do is flip this over to the back. Feed this through each small hole here. And they are kind of small, so you might have to take a pencil or something and poke it through. You can't get it through there. Or cut your ribbon at a little bit of an angle, and it's easier to pull through. And then what I did was just tie a knot. You want to get it fairly tight, but you're going to glue the back part down. So if you can't get it very tight, no worries. Just make a cute little knot at the top. I didn't get mine super tight. And again, chalk these up if you want. I actually, with these kind of things, I put it all together and then I chalk it all at one time. I kind of like the look of that. Go around the edges. Flip it up and do this top one. If I forget to say chalk something, you just go right ahead and chalk. Okay, so once you have all that together, we're going to put adhesive on the back. And there's a score line. You can use that score line if you want to kind of tip that up so that people can see that it actually folds back. Or you can leave it flat. If you use the score line and fold it on the score line, it flips out just a little bit. You can see. So start here, a little adhesive on the back. And that gets glued right on the inside cover of your book. And this is just an easy way. You could do these at home, just cut different size squares, put 2 punches in, and this is an easy way to add extra photos to any album. or a page. We actually have some kits that we have a flap that comes out over the top of your page protector, and this is kind of a style that goes on the front of it, so you actually have an interactive page on the outside of your page protector for layouts as well. So easy way to add photos. You can cut your own squares. Okay, I'll give you a minute to finish that. And basically all the inside for now is done. We also have, you can decorate these up any way, any embellishments that you have, any embellishments that you have. You could load these pages up with pictures and ribbons and all kinds of stuff. We're just getting the kind of the bare bones on here, and then you can add to it. One thing that we do have on our website is with all of our paper lines, we actually have a 12 by 12 sheet of phrases, and we have a 5 by 11 sheet of phrases that match every single paper line that we do. So that's always an easy way to add some embellishments to your pages. And I actually have a sheet of the Christmas ones right here. So you can see this is our new Christmas paper, the North Pole paper. I just love this paper, the vintage Santas and stuff on here. But with each paper line we do, there is a small quote sheet. This one's good for cards, but it's also good for the inside of mini books like this. You can cut them up and put a quote on every page. We also have a 12 by 12. Oh, I'm sorry, I have these upside down. I'm used to having somebody in front of me with a camera. So there's a smaller one and a larger one for each paper line that we do. And that was for the North Pole line. Okay, so now you have 5 by 12, 3 5 by 12 pieces. Yellow on this side, floral blue on this side, and you can, these are to go into the sides of the pages with the pockets. Now, if you need exact numbers, you can score these at 7 inches and fold it over. Or my mom and I, Patsy and I, we work in abouts, and so I am just going to kind of eyeball it and think that's about an inch, and I'm going to fold it down and crease it. Or you can put it into your paper trimmer, trim it at, or score it at 7 inches and then fold it over. It drives my husband crazy because he worked with us for years. He has a different job right now, but he worked with us for years, and he did a lot of the ordering and the inventory and all the numbers. And he would ask, like, so how much ribbon do you need for this kit? And we'd say, about 500 yards. And he's like, we cannot work in abouts. I need exact. And then we'd say, okay, well, about 475 yards, and it would just drive him crazy. So Patsy and I work in abouts. So this is about an inch here. Or if you want to do exact, you can score it at 7 inches and fold it over. And then you have your, and go ahead and chalk these up if you want. And then they slide just behind the tags. There's an opening on those pages, and they just slide right into the side there. And then there you have spots for pictures on the outside, 2 on the inside, and you can even use the back. So another easy way to add lots of photos. So again, I just folded it so we had about an inch of the yellow showing. Get to the page with the tag on it, slide it in the side. To the page with the tag on it, slide in the side. So again, these are 5 by 12s. There you have it. So really you have the inside of your book complete unless there are embellishments that you want to add, but it's ready for pictures. So we are going to add things to the front. You have a little piece that came out of your die cut that looks like this, and this is going to go right onto the front of your page. And I'm actually going to take just a second. I'm going to grab the embellishment sheet that goes with this paper line while you guys are finishing chalking things up and folding things and putting it in pockets. Okay, so on our website, you can, if you go to the paper and embellishments, this is the Delight paper line. And we have, this is the sheet of quotes that would match your album. So if you wanted to load this up with quotes, this is the way to go. It also has a smaller 5 by 11 sheet as well. But this is an easy way to add a quote to every page, kind of beef up your album a little bit. And there's some fun quotes on here that are just kind of for general, a general theme. Every day is a blessing. Make today ridiculously amazing. Who knew life could be this good? Life is better when you're laughing. Create your own sunshine. All you need is love. Be grateful, be humble, be strong, be real. Family is a little world full of blessings. So there's lots on there that would go really well with this paper line. There's also a few others here that would work. This is Dreamweaver. These have kind of adventure travel theme. This one is Popsicle, which this one is a good one that will match with the Delight paper line as well. Our Popsicle line is kind of bright greens and blues and yellows. This is another great one that would match with that as well. And this one is called Popsicle. The world is full of magical things. Dream it, wish it, do it. Moments that make me smile. Choose joy. In a gentle way, you can shake the world. Beautiful life, wonderful journey. So those are some great ways to just dress up a mini album really easily with lots of different phrases. Okay, so let's finish off the front. I'm going to chuck this up a little bit. And I'm going to add this to the page, but if you have a photo that you are going to want to put in here, just make sure that you don't glue your flowers directly to this piece before you put your picture in, because it's hard to get to after that. And then you have this little piece and your quote, and you're going to want to trim out all the white off of here. So once you trim this quote out, moments that make me smile, you put it onto your little yellow piece. And if you can't find this little yellow piece that you cut, you have some leftover scraps that you can just cut to fit your quote. So you have a few scraps left over, but there is a piece that you cut that goes with it, and it is 1 3/4 by 2.5. So 1 3/4 by 2.5, and then trim all the white off. This goes on top. And then I'm going to move this one here that's done. And then choose some colors. And if you don't have Powder Puff inks or colors that you want to chalk these up, they look great white. I just really like to give them some extra color. And actually, I'm going to use an orange. This is Desert Sun. This is a really good color too. So this one's kind of yellowy orange. It's Desert Sun. And there's going to be a teal button on this one, so use something that you want to go with your teal button. Dump out the rest of my embellishments here. Your teal button goes right on top of that one. And I used some small pop dots to pop these up a little from the page. Just stuck a little small pop dot on the back, put it down. If you have not put your picture in yet, just make sure you put your flower low enough so you can still slide your picture and put it on the green backer too. Use a different color for this one. Let's try one that we haven't done yet. This one is Sunset. This one's a gorgeous kind of soft orange color. And you can see you just lightly hold it in your hand and it just kind of spins as you move it around. And you can go around as many times as you think you need to make it darker if you want to. And then a yellow brad goes through this one. And it looks like there's not a pre-punched hole there, so you'll want to maybe punch a little hole, or this might be able to press right through, but I would say punch a little hole in there. Put your yellow brad. You have your last little flower, and I'm going to do Chunky Monkey on this one. It's a nice bright yellow. And then this one, you'll want to punch another little hole in the middle there, if you have like an 1/8 inch punch, and then your aqua brad goes through there. And then you just put, or you can glue them right to the page, or you can put pop dots on the back, pop them out a little bit, add things to the front, and your book is complete. I'm going to flip through it one more time. Oops. And these go on the side. If you have any questions, put it in the comments. These are similar to some of the altered projects we do in our Club Q. So if you're interested in a monthly kit club, we actually have, it's called the Club Q Ultimate Combo, and you get page layouts and altered projects in there. And it's new every single month. We change it up each month to new papers and new layouts. This is actually our October, one of our altered projects here. It's a little accordion. So anyway, if you like these little mini books and altered projects, November is actually a Christmas card kit that comes with our Club Q. So check that out. But that's an easy way to get new mini books and stuff shipped to your house each month. And you can opt out. You can skip months if you want to also. But check that out because you get lots of free stuff when you sign up as well. So there you have it. You have your mini book complete. I hope that you were able to follow along and you got some information. You got to try some new Powder Puff chalky ink colors and then have a finished product. So remember this weekend and the next 2 days, you have, if there's any colors that I used or any papers that I used or something that you're wanting to get online, we are offering you a 25% off all regular priced items if you use code MMTE25. My gosh. And one last train for you. That one sounds like it's coming right through our warehouse. You also get a free gift if you spend $40 or more. So we will be back with our second round to show you some of the new products and what you can use your coupon for. So thank you so much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed that, and I hope you have a fun little project complete. Thanks so much for joining us. Hi everybody, it's Stacy from Quick Quotes Scrapbook Company, and this is our second part of our Mega Make and Take, and thank you all for joining us for our mini book Make and Take. We are super happy to be here with Stamp and Scrapbook Expo. I wish we were at the expos to see you in person, but I guess this is the next best thing for the year. We will be okay with this, so hopefully we'll see you again in person soon. But
I just want to go over some of the deals that we have for you in the next couple of days. We have 25% off of any regular priced item on our website. So everything on our website that is regular price is 25% off if you use code MMT25. With that said, if you order $40 before shipping, we also are throwing in a free kit for you. So since it is the mini album weekend of Make and Takes, you get a free mini album. This one is with one of our, I think it's Far and Away paper line. Anyway, it's a cute little album that you get, and anytime you order with that code, in the next 2 days, if you order $40 or more in your order, we will throw this into your shipment. So you get an extra little mini book for spending $40 with us in the next 2 days. This is the one that we just did in our Make and Take, and these are available if this was a fun one and you want to do some for gifts. We have it on our website. The item number is CAN 231, and it's $21.99, and it comes with the kit and the mini album that goes with it. So if you want to do one of those for a gift or make another one, or if you weren't able to get in on it, check out our website because this will also be on there. It's CAN 231 is the item number. These are some of our popular kits right now that you can save 25% on. So I just wanted to give you a little sample of what we have on the website. This kit's called Blissful, and it's DP1085. This one is Breathtaking, and it's DP1082. Some beautiful colors in there. This one is more for the holidays. It's called Merry and Bright, DP1024. And with our kits, we always have step-by-step instructions in there, very clear pictures, easy to put together. It always has Powder Puff chalking ink suggestions. And by the way, the Powder Puff chalking inks are included in the 25% off this weekend. It's very rare that we actually discount them, let alone put them at 25%. Some of them are very low in quantities and or out of stock. So if you are wanting Powder Puff chalking inks at the good deal, I would get them now because they are very low quantities on a lot of them. This double page layout is Frosty Fun, DP1040. October is DP1027. And this one is Back to School 2020. Year of the virtual classes, online, homeschool. School looks a little different this year for most people. So we have this one on our website. It's DP1115, Back to School. And this is our brand new holiday line. The paper pack is called North Pole. And you can see here all the different papers that you get in there. This one is very limited quantities. We just had it printed for the holiday season. So if you want your North Pole paper pack, you can get that at 25% off with your coupon. And then we have quotes and phrases that go with it. And these are really great for cards and holiday layouts. So check those things out for the, and use your code for 25% off all regular priced items. And if you spend $40, you get an extra mini book kit. Now I wanted to show you our Club Q. So if you are, if you like our kits and you know that you want a good variety of kits, Club Q is a good way to go. It's our monthly kit club. We have two options. We have layouts and we have the ultimate combo, which comes with 2 layouts plus 2 altered projects as well. The layouts, you always get 2 double page layouts plus an extra pack of paper, ribbon, vellum, extra stuff every month for $19.99 plus shipping. The shipping is $8.99, just a flat rate. And if you do the ultimate combo, you get 2 page layouts, you get 1 big altered project, 1 small altered project, and the extra paper, ribbon, vellum, all of that stuff as well. That one is $49, but you get free shipping always. I'm going to go through here. The ones that you see right here are actually the free kits that you get when you sign up. So if you were to sign up for the page layouts, these are the free kits that you would get in your first shipment. And I'm just going to flip through some of these. Some of these are past kits, so you can see that there's a really good variety in Club Q. This one is October. This one has been our most popular kit by far. So when you do become a member, if there are past kits that you see that you would love to have, once you're a member, you can always request past kits as well. And if we have them on the shelf, we will definitely get them to you. But this just kind of gives you an idea and a variety of the variety that you get in the Club Q. Now with Club Q, we do a preview every month. And if it's something that you wouldn't use or it's not your style, you always have the option to opt out. So you can skip a month. This is the current month that is on our website. So if you were to sign up, this is the month that will be shipped to you. You can also get October if you want to. Just let us know if you want a pass kit. But this is the month, if you were to sign up now, this is the one that you would get for the page layouts. If you do the ultimate combo, you also get our card kit, and you would be getting enough to make all of these cards that you see here. So this would be the bigger altered project, and we also have a smaller altered project that has some tags in it as well. I don't have the samples here with me right now, but you get more than what you see right here. So if you were to sign up for the ultimate combo, these are the kits that you would get, plus the free sign up bonus kits. Plus, you also get a 12-pack of Powder Puff chalking inks, and that's over a $40 value. It's a random assorted pack that you get when you sign up, but you get a 12-pack, and it's a huge extra value. The great thing about today and tomorrow, if you were to sign up, we are going to extend the same 25% off to your Club Q, your first shipment to your Club Q sign up. So if you fill out the form to sign up for Club Q, we will automatically, when we get it into our office, we will take 25% off before we ship your first shipment. That's the biggest discount we've ever done on Club Q. So check it out. There's some really good deals on our website right now. Lots of kits to choose from, lots of paper packs. Club Q, we're extending the 25%. You actually, when you sign up for Club Q, you don't need to use a code or anything. We'll just automatically do that. Take off the 25%. And that is also extended to our Powder Puff chalking inks. So when you do use the code, when you check out, it'll take 25% off all regular priced items. So shopquickquotes.com. And if you have any questions, put it in the comments. We'll try to answer everything that you have. And we hope you enjoy your discount.
Welcome back, everybody. And I'll tell you what, moments that make me smile. I mean, what a great idea for a mini album, wasn't it?
Right.
And everything at Quick Quotes makes me smile anyway. I love their presentation, but the book, I love the colors, and I, of course, love all of these little slide out pockets. Yes. And she made it so simple, showing you how to do that. There's tons of room in these for pictures, for journaling, the little pop-up tags too. Whoops. I know I want to get it in there straight again. And, like on the tags, you could, there's a brad here. You could add some ribbon. I know you always like to add little extra things, but you could add, and the thing with Quick Quotes is they like Stacy mentioned, they like to use everything in the kit. So, there's always parts and pieces that you can add to your kits or to the albums and everything. So, but just love the album. And this is one that has, you know, the album was already made in white, and it's nice. It's a nice sturdy.
Yeah.
And if you wanted to, you could use some of their great chalking inks that they have. And
I love them.
they have, I mean, you could match anything, any color, because they have all those chalk colors covered, I should say. So, so if you wanted to add, but you know, sometimes that chalking just adds so much to it. You know, as you can see how she did some of hers in the book. So, moments that make me smile. We all need one of these for sure. Yes. And you know, if you get down, this would be a great book to look through. You know, hey, look, there's my friend. Or, gosh, I remember we had a great time yesterday. Or, you know, gosh, maybe you had a phone conversation with somebody and said, hey, it was great to talk to Sally and make sure she's good. So thank you so much. Quick quotes, an adorable album, and always great products. Huh, Miss Vicki?
Yes. And I have a quick little story that I want to share about the first time that I used my Powder Puff chalking inks. I was in Utah because I was at a Stampin' Up! Convention. I used to be a demonstrator. And I veered off one day, and I went to a store out there because they had beautiful stores.
Yes.
And I remember asking, it was kind of like when the inking first came in, and I asked, what is the best inking that I could use to like ink my edges?
Yeah.
And they showed me this.
All the chalking.
Yes.
Yes.
And I was hooked ever since. Like it is. It's just, it's like butter. It's like meant to be.
Yes. Yes.
Like if you want to ink your edges, you absolutely need these Powder Puff chalking inks in your life.
Yes.
And they have like a 12-pack, I believe. Yeah. And they have them individually for sale. But like she said, the colors are selling out quickly.
Yes.
So if you want those colors for your holiday projects, you're going to want to get on there fast.
And they always come out with new ones, you know.
Yes.
And you know, like she showed, you know, they, you know, I think some people, you know, because they go on wet, but they dry so quick.
They do.
So don't be afraid, you know, when you're using it, that you're going to have to make it sit there.
Like you could tell, it just looks so, and there's all kinds out there, but I don't know, for me, it is my favorite.
Yes.
You know? Okay.
Yes.
So you can tell, I'm not trying to be biased, but I guess I am.
Well, you know, it's good because, you know,
I love it.
We want to make sure that people know, you know, if there's something that we really like to use.
Pretty,
because
and they have a different, so just.
Yes. And they're always coming out with new colors.
Yes. Okay. If you go onto the website, there's beautiful layouts for every occasion, every color combo. It's just beautiful. They have, like she was saying, blissful, breathtaking, merry and bright for Christmas. Yes. We all need that. Yes. Frosty fun. How cute is that?
I love that name.
October. There's Back to School 2020, and like that's for all the kids that have been homeschooling, or we need that. That's a great memory. There's paper packs. That new North Pole paper pack looks so cute. I definitely need that. All the Powder Puff chalking inks. And what I love is the Club Q. And she was talking about that. And I love subscribing to things because I work a lot. I don't get, I haven't been going out as much. So when it comes in the mail and you have this awesome
It's like a gift. It's a gift.
Amazingness. Yeah. They're just amazing. So there's two different options. There's the layout option, and then there's the ultimate combo Club Q, which there's all kinds of things you can make. Yes. So, and I believe, I want to say it correctly, I believe just for these next 2 days, they will give the 25% off on the Club Q, the first Club Q. Just for this occasion, this Mega Make Take. Yes. So that's awesome.
Yes, and you know what? With their club kit, Stacy had mentioned before, because they each month you get all different types of kits, and some kits are more involved than others. Right. So it's nice because there's something in there for everybody. So cute tag things. I mean, just
my God.
Great.
Yeah,
so,
just amazing.
Yes.
It's so cute. Okay.
And the awesome quotes from Miss Patsy, of course. So love you guys. Thank you so much for that.
Totally, yes. So the show special is free gift with a $40 order. And believe that is going to be a mini album. So that is so easy to do. That is awesome. 25% off all regular priced items using promo code MMTE25. And the offer will end on November 16th. So that you got to get on it fast.
Right now.
Choose, get on there.
Quick with quick quotes.
Oh, yeah, perfect. So awesome.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Quick Quotes. And we have our next presentation coming up, which is Stamp Anything.
Hi everyone, Annie here, and we are going to show you how to make this cute, adorable little mini album. This one is geared with love, so you can do it for just somebody that you love, or save it for Valentine's Day, get ideas and everything like that. And we are debuting our new binder, mini binder die, which is going to create the spine of your album and hold it all in place. This fits an A2 size binder die, so this is the 4 1/4 length here, so it fits really well with cards that you already have, card bases. We just kept it really simple in measurements that most of us are already aware of, which is, you know, the 5 1/2 by 4 1/4 card base, just to make whenever you have to cut your papers and your pages for it, you don't have to sit there and worry with, you know, cutting and scoring on certain lines, because it's just your standard A2. So this is the album we're gonna make today, and these are what it's gonna look like. This is your cover page. You would go ahead and you can open the cover of the album to flip through it, and it has cute little pockets with the journaling tab that we're gonna have both sides that you're able to journal on. And then it has another little cute little decorative page here for you to journal on or tuck in photos. Another little journaling pocket here with a circle die that you can use. These were all made with our Shaker Basic dies. So this is one of our Shaker Basic dies that we have. The rectangle is a Shaker Basic die. The square are dies. The chevrons die. The loves die. So I actually did not cut by hand and have to measure any of these. I used all the dies that we have in our store, just to show you other versatile ways that you can use the supplies that you already have, and hopefully you don't have to go out and buy more things. This white piece here is actually a die that you're getting in the kit. It is one of the topper elements. It's this one right here with this little scallop edge. There's 4 of them for you to choose from when you're doing it. I just wanted to show you that you can use them also as decorative elements while you're crafting. Then we also just used different pattern papers that came in your kit. This is another pocket here that you can add a picture to, whatever you want. And that is our little mini album right there. So I hope you like it. And then you just, when you're all done, just tie it right back up with some ribbon or twine, whatever you have on hand. And there is your little book. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Again, your kit's going to come with the pieces to make that. And then you're also getting this brand new die that we actually designed for this expo, for this mini album event. And I hope you guys liked it. I'm going to show you a way to have it where it's the 1/2 inch, but also to make it wider if you like making larger albums, like thicker ones. And then if you are a member of our Stamp Anything Stampers group, who we're also going to have later on, not today or anything, but we're also going to show you how to use the die in a different way for a different way of constructing an album, where you don't have to tie it this way. Okay, so I hope you enjoy it. I hope you love the little mini album that we created for you today, and let's get started with your kit. So just go get everything ready, and I will see you right back here. Hi everyone, this is Annie from Stamp Anything, and we are going to be showing you our Mega Make and Take for our mini album. So this is what you would have gotten with your little kit, plus you also got the mini album binder die. So let me just go through what you should have gotten in your kit so you can make sure you have everything. There are a lot of pieces in this little baggie this time. So you should have received 4 6x6 chipboard sheets. You should have received double-sided patterned paper, double-sided. I believe there's 8 sheets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 8 sheets, double-sided paper. You would have received some different ribbons. And then you have a lot of these little different cutouts. You have some squares, rectangles in black and white, squares in black and white, a rectangle in red, another one in white. You should have a tag cut out, a black and white circle cut out, some tag topper cutouts, a love word, a chevron, and then chevron top pieces, and then some banners. Those are all the pieces that came in the kit, and then you have your mini album die as well. And I'm going to use the binder part, and then you can choose whichever decorative element you want. I just used the basic squared off angled one. So the first thing that we're going to need to do is gather our supplies, and you're going to want to take your chipboard and you're going to want to cut it down into an A2 size. So it's going to be your 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. So this is 6 inches. So we're just going to go ahead and cut off there. So now we have it as 5 1/2, and now we'll do our 4 1/4 right there. Okay, and you're going to do that for all of your sheets of chipboard, so all 4. And then you're also going to do this on all of your decorative papers. So you're going to cut them all down again to be an A2 size card, 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. So we'll just do this really quickly on all of our chipboards. And then we will repeat this on all of our paper. And when you're making these albums for yourself, you know, after this one with your own supplies, you don't have to use chipboard. You can just use some thick cardstock that you have. I just wanted to make it really nice and sturdy. And this is the new chipboard we will soon be carrying in our shop. So I wanted you guys all to get a feel for our chipboard because it's a really good quality, and it also cuts really well on your like Big Shot machines or your Geminis as well. So now I'm just going to do the same thing. We're going to just really quickly trim up all of our paper. Oop, I used the wrong thing. And basically this is because we are going to 4 1/4. You are going to, after you cut your papers, you're going to glue them to your chipboard front and back to start creating your album pages. So let's just continue cutting them all down to size. 4¼ by 5½. Ultimately, if you don't want to cut them, but you have a card mat die, you can just cut them all out on your card mat dies as well. And that might actually go faster. And then if you have card mat dies that have stitching, I mean, all of that will just add that much more. So you can also option to do it that way if you didn't want to hand cut them. And I do have card mat dies, but I didn't know, you know, for demoing if people would just be like, well, my mats don't look like that. So we just figured we would just do the basic cut. But you can absolutely use a full card mat die to easily cut these and add some textures. And I'm just going to be making a pretty basic mini album, but you are always welcome to use other dies, not just what comes in this kit, to dress up your pages even more. There are, you know, some card mat dies that are the kind that have the inside out. It's more like a frame with the scallops, the inside scallops to make a frame. That would look really cute on your pages as well. So there are a lot of different things you can do. And that is actually why we decided when we designed this to be the size of a card, an A2 card, because most of us already have tons of dies that are geared for A2 size project making. So this is just another one that will be able to use a lot of the items that you currently have, just possibly in a new way, which would be obviously to make now mini albums and not just cards. So, and this is our last one we're going to cut here. And there is our cut paper. And now I'm just going to take all these little scraps and put them off to the side. Oops. And now we're going to start gluing our paper onto our chipboard. Okay, so now we are going to take our glue and we are going to adhere them to our chipboard. The hardest part is going to be deciding which side of the pattern paper you want to use in your book. So we're just going to use a wet glue and just start adhering. I like polka dots, so I am definitely going to use the polka dot paper on one side of my chipboard. So we're just going to adhere. Oops, try to get on camera for you. Here we go. Some wet glue. And attach our paper. And just kind of plan out what papers you want to go in your book. And you have some really nice ones here to choose from. Alternate maybe some really dark ones with some bright ones. This one's another fun polka dots, which I love polka dots. So we're going to go ahead and do polka dots again. But you use whichever ones you want. You can even mix in if you have some solid red, pink, white cardstock. If you don't want to use all the patterned paper that came in your kit, you can definitely go grab some paper from your own stash to make some solid color pages as well. And don't forget, we're going to have to do the back sides too. But for now, I'm just going to grab and do the one side while those dry and keep going here. And I'll give you some other insights that I have using this new mini album binding system of things that you can do when making your albums. And let's do a nice stripe. Let's see, like this one too. And this is just a really great way you can use all your coordinating paper pads to just start making books. You can make mini birthday albums, mini wedding albums, holiday albums. All you need is some chipboard or thick cardstock. Wait, oh, I already got the 4 done. I was like, where's my other chipboard? So now that we have these done, we're going to do the flip sides of them. And just keep going here. Again, so many, just decorate however you want with papers. Or just, whoop. The reason why I like the wet glue is it gives you time to maneuver it if you need to, as opposed to if you were using like a double-sided tape. I think I'll use that one. But again, if you're really good at adhering on the first try, you can use your ATG glue guns, whatever, to just, you just want to make sure you get a really nice adhering of your paper to your chipboard. You don't want it to buckle up and come off at any time. Running out of my glue here. Just almost there. And if you did like solid paper instead of pattern, you can always take your stencils and add some more charm that way with your stencils. I'm gonna have to go grab another thing of glue here in a moment. I think we're gonna be able to get this all done at least. All right, so there are my 4 front and back pages of my chipboard. Okay. So now the next thing that you're going to want to do is to have your binder die and whatever decorative cover that you want. And you're going to cut your decorative cover out of just your normal, you could use the paper that was included, or you could do a solid, whichever you'd like to do. And then same thing with this, you can use it out of a really thick cardstock or chipboard. So if you have any of that in your stash, you're going to want to go and grab a piece of thick cardstock to cut this piece out. And I'm going to go do that on my Big Shot die. Unfortunately, the cutout of your excess of the chipboard is just a wee bit too small, so that's not going to work. So you will need your own either piece of chipboard or thick cardstock to cut your binder. So I'm going to go off camera and cut out my binder really quick, and I will be back in a jiffy. Okay, so I am back. I have my die that I cut out of chipboard, and then I have the decorative cut that I cut out of an extra piece of the scraps that we had. Again, this can just be a heavyweight cardstock. It does not have to be chipboard. We designed it. It has it's got the score lines for you to make your spine, and it is about 1/2 inch thick. But what I love about it and why we created it was for using the A2 size cards, it fits perfectly flush with our binder. Now, obviously, if this is too long for you, you can make it longer though as well, but just for ease with your dies that you already have, that's why we designed it this way. But you can even make it into a square book if you wanted it by cutting off the edges. As you can see, the 4 pages don't fill up your whole entire spine of the 1/2 inch. Okay, when we start adding some of our decorative layers, they're going to get a little bit thicker. But what I love, love, love about this, what you can do, this did not come in your kit. This is just an extra little tidbit that you can know. Any A2 card base that you have, whether or one that you make out of your own colored paper to coordinate, all you need to do is have it folded. So you have the 1 folded line and then the 3 open areas. If you tape with a 1/4 inch double-sided tape on 2 of the sides and put them in your book, you automatically create yourself a pocket because this would be glued down here. And you can add, you know, a couple of these, and it will help fill up more of your book as well. And again, you can also cut these down so your pockets can be smaller. You can decorative edge cut them so your pockets have, you know, pretty designs on them. So that is another reason why we decided to make it the size that we did, just to help you utilize things that you have. It's also great if you're making a memory album, say it's your baby's first birthday or a Christmas, whatever, the actual Christmas cards that you get from people, you can go ahead and put in these books as well. And now you have a living memory testament of, you know, the covers of those cards that you can also turn into pockets for them as well. If you wanted to turn this into, say, for Valentine's Day, this is obviously our little love book that you can use for Valentine's Day. You can turn these into a coupon book for your loved one. You can make these for your children and store little bits of their art. For Thanksgiving, you can make a holiday blessing type card mini album, and you can have strips of paper of what they're thankful for. There's so many different ways that you can use these, and I'm just really excited about this die. Now, some people like a bigger binder. Some people like to make those bigger books, and that is something that you can totally do as well by cutting out 2 of the binder dies. Just pop out the holes again. Let me get those out, and I'll show you what you can do to automatically make yourself a bigger album. You take the 2 pieces and you actually overlap the last part of it and glue that. Oh my Lord. Someone didn't. Let me shake this glue really quick. That came out very, very milky. Hold on. All right. So anyway, so there's your glue for that. And you can add here the 2 together. This is going to take a few minutes now to dry because it was, oh, let me get a paper towel or something. Clear that up. Sorry about that, folks. Let's just clear up our handy dandy little mess here that we made. Anyways, okay, so now you have, oh, leaked all over, didn't it? Okay, so you can take this binder and then fold on your score lines. You're not going to fold the middle part, okay? But you're going to fold these end pieces here. And that is going to give you, I believe it's an almost 3 inches. Let's see. It will be, oh, I lied. It is 1.5. So now you'll have a 1.5 inch album. And again, you would just use your decorative element here to make your binder cover. And then you would also do one for the back. So if you have a lot of things that you want to make for your memory album, you can also attach the 2 of them together. And now you have a much wider binder. Okay? So that's also an alternative of something you can do. So now what I'm going to do, and this is probably the most boring part, is you're going to have to line these up for your hole punch so that you can adhere it with ribbon. If you are not the kind that likes a book that has the ribbon tied here, you can always, before you adhere it to your chipboard, you can put the ribbon in between the chipboard and the pattern paper on this side so that your book opens up that way, and you glue one of your pieces to the inside and one to the back, so then it opens. So there's different ways you can construct these, and I will show you different ways to construct them. So let's go ahead and do our first way, which we're going to go ahead. Oh, I need a pen or a pencil, whatever you have that is handy. And we are just going to then take our bits, line it up flat, and then we're just going to lightly mark where we want our pieces to be. So, and this is, we made this to be a standard size hole punch. So just your regular office supply 1/4 inch is going to be fine for that. Oops, let me just line that up a little bit better. And this again is probably the most tedious of the whole entire thing. And depending on how many pages you have, we're just making a quick 4-page album, but you would do this on all of your pages. Just lining it up with that score of where it's going to flap over. So you have that, and now we're going to take our hole punch, and we are just going to punch our holes, lining it up like so, punch our hole, and you're going to do that on all of your pages as well. Ooh, stuck in there. So just go ahead and continue this with your pages, and then we're going to start to decorate our pages in just a moment. And again, if you've made albums before, there's so many different ways that you can attach your ribbons, attach your pages. So feel free to utilize that information and that knowledge of what you have that you may have done in the past to make the album the way you wish it to be. So you're going to want to find which page you're going to want to be your cover, and I'm going to go with this one right here as my cover of my album. And we're going to do, oops, hold on, you know, let's see, get all of our pieces kind of together here. So I'm going to want my love word. I am going to want my chevron pieces. And my chevron pieces, these actually line up on the stitching line to make, sorry, I was out of line there on the camera. But these line up right up to the stitching line, so you can do that. We got our tag here, and then we have our tag topper, and you're going to do both sides of your tag like so. And with your ribbon, so it's going to be like so. If you like, some people like when they scrapbook and mini album things, some people like the staple to show, especially if you have colored staples. Some people do not like the staple to show. So depending on how you are and what your likes and dislikes are, you're going to take your ribbon. And if you like your ribbon to show, you're just going to, we're going to glue them and then just staple the ribbon on. If you don't like your ribbon to show, you're going to want to glue the one edge, and then you're going to want to adhere the ribbon in between and sandwich it, and then you're going to glue on top. But you're going to want to make sure that you use a really good strong glue for that. So I am going to go ahead and hopefully not spill all over with my glue again. We are going to glue our topper here. I don't have the metal pin in my glue here, so it's coming out quicker than I like. But okay, so I'm gonna just line that up for my tag on the one side. Make sure you line it up and adhere it really well. And then I'm gonna flip it over, take my glue, and I'm gonna fold the glue, the ribbon in half and a little bit on the angle so it makes that V shape, because I like that. And now I'm just going to put a little bit of glue right there in the center of where I'm folding it, so that will stay in the shape I want. And then kind of where I want it on the bottom. And then I will get my next top piece ready with the glue and sandwich it in between my topper, and that glue will grab it there. And you're going to want to really make sure you adhere it well. We're going to put this aside. You can put a book on top of it just to make sure, you know, it holds really well. Again, if you don't mind staples, just remember though, you'll have one side that has the really good staple look, which is, you know, the actual staple bar, but your other side is going to have the pushed pinned part. So there is one of your journal tags right there. And then you can also take your scissors and angle cut your ribbon. And I'm just cutting on an angle for my ribbons. I'm just gonna go ahead and set that aside for the moment. And now we have our circles as well. The white circle, which is this, a harder, it's a thicker cardstock. And we are going to take another piece of our ribbon. This time I'm using this pretty pink one. And because there's only the one circle, I am actually, and this journal tag, you're only going to see on the one side, so I don't care about a staple showing on mine on this one. So I am just going to take my staple, and I'm just going to, let me fix this ribbon so it's a little bit of a V. Take my ribbon on there and put it into my stapler. And then I have my next little journaling tag. And again, go ahead and cut your ribbon on an angle or fray it, whatever is the look that you like. And I'm just going to cut it on an angle again. My scissors need to be sharpened. There we go. So there is my second journal tag, and I'm just going to put that one aside as well. Okay, and we're going to want to make some pockets for these things. So before we forget, let's go back to that cover sheet. We're going to flip it over. This is where this journal tag is going to be, and I want it to be where the ribbon is going to show out of the side of my album. And to do that, I want to take one of these, rectangles, because I'm going to use this as my pocket. And this is going to fit really nicely right on the length of your A2 card. And you're just going to 1/4 inch double side tape the 3 sides. But you want to make sure that it's far enough down. Again, if you want that ribbon to stick out, that it doesn't get caught in the holes, because that is going to be tucked away in your binder. And you want it to be farther enough, you know, that that 1/4 inch tape is not going to catch on to your journaling tag. So let's go get our 1/4 inch tape, and we'll start to prep our frame here, our pocket. Okay, so here's my 1/4 inch double-sided tape. And this is our brand, so it's a 1/4 inch. We do this because we also offer shaker dies, and all of our shaker toppers are 1/4 inch thick, so this tape just matches everything really well. So I'm going to put this off to the side, and I am going to start putting my tape on 3 sides all the way to the edge of my rectangle, like so. So it's flushed on the side, and you're going to want to continue that on your other side, and then finally on one of the short sides. And just by putting it as flush as possible just makes my pocket, gives me all the room that I need on my pocket. Okay. Oh, and you know what? I just realized I messed up. There's supposed to be 2 short sides. Oh, Lordy. Oh, I hope no one was caught up on time with me on that plan. Do not do that. It is 2 short sides and 1 long side. Otherwise, the pocket's not going to work. So hold on. You know, I'll just leave that release tape in there. Oh, Lord. Nothing like live, well, semi-live video streaming. You get to see all the bloopers that are made as well. Okay, sorry about that. So just remember, you're doing short side, long side, short side, and leaving this one free for the pocket to go into. So I'm just going to burnish it with my fingernail so I can get the release tape off. Okay, taking off my release tape. Oop. That got stuck underneath because of our little blunder there. So there we go. And then you're going to make sure your free side is the side where your pocket is going to be. And you'll see by me reversing it here, you can still see those tape marks. You'll see you have plenty of wiggle room still with your pocket. So again, I am lining it up because I'm going to eyeball where this has to go. Because again, I want it to be that my ribbon will show up. Of course, and you will center it better than I just did. Just center that on your paper. And now you have a cute little pocket. And I'm going to actually have it that the red will show on this side of my pocket. And then on my cover, there's my ribbon hanging out, which is super cute. Okay. And that is all you need to do there. And then what you can do is with your extra papers that you have, cut strips, and you can still decorate that, which we'll come back and do because I don't know what my next page is going to be in my album, and I don't want to have like too much of a clashing type look to it. So I am going to go, I think probably maybe with some stripes this time on this one. And again, we're going to make another pocket. So we're going to take that other, where is it? We're going to take our red rectangle. Let's do red rectangle. And again, this is going to be the pocket for our circle one. And again, if you can see here, when you add a 1/4 inch on the 2 short size and 1 long size, you're still going to have plenty of wiggle room to get your pocket with your tag in and out. So that's like gonna put our tape on here, and this time trying to see which is the upside of the paper. I'm gonna do it correct this time. 2 short sides and 1 long side. So there's my short side. Here's my other short side. And then my 1 long side. There we go. And again, I'm just gonna burnish it a little with my fingernail. And again, you don't have to put it on the striped paper. You can put it on, actually, you know, it'll probably look better on the polka dot paper because the red matches a little bit better, or even this one. So I'm gonna do it on the hearts here. But you just wanna make sure that you're flipping your book the right way. So I'm gonna do this. I'm going to do my release again. You can use the order and the paper combination of however you want. So you don't have to do it the same as me. Now this one you're going to want to go almost down to the bottom again. Just make sure it's centered nice, and there is your pocket. And we're going to dress up this pocket, so don't worry about that. But again, we're going to do that after we get our other things in place. So there we go. We got the pink to go with that and the red for that. We're going to add a strip to here on the bottom. So if we're going to pretend as if we're turning our page. Okay, and now we're going to get our next one ready. Let's see, maybe some pretty hearts on here. And I just want to play around with something. So I'm gonna take this circle on this one, and I'm just gonna kind of have it overhanging. And then we have, what else do we have? We have our squares. So I'm also gonna take one of the squares, and I'm gonna have that, I'm gonna want to have kind of overhanging, just to add like a decorative look to this page. And we're just going to glue down our white first. And we're just going to glue it down on an angle. So just get some glue here. This is just to add, you know, a little bit of a, and I want it to kind of go off the page as well on the 3 corners, like so. And then I'm going to take the circle, and I'm going to have, I want the circle to go off the page as well. So I'm going to take my glue on the circle and kind of, oh, I don't know why I went off there, but just kind of, and I will have to repunch those holes, and that's okay because we know where they are now. Just trying to add some fun, decorative elements here. Okay, then just take your scissors, flip it over, and cut the excess showing. I'm not glue on my scissors, but oh well, that happens, as you all know. Get those out of the way. Making a mess. So we have this look right now, and then you have these little banners that you can add. So we do have some things that we can come back. We can add ribbon to this page. So we do still have some decorative elements that we can add. So now we still should have, you should have 2 rectangles. And this is going to be able to make a small pocket. Now again, if you have an A2 card base, you can do that as well. But for this demo, since I had this included in the kit, we're going to go ahead and make this to be a short pocket in our book. So what we're going to do is we're going to need to adhere, again, the 2 short sides and the 1 long sides. And then we're going to have to punch the holes in there. So let's go ahead and get our double-sided tape once again. And we're going to short side, short side, and 1 long side. Don't wear black nail polish when you're doing a video because obviously I scraped that with my fingernail. All right, so we're going to do that. And then we're going to go ahead and get the release tape off of that. And you can make pockets out of like any scrap of paper that you have. Just make sure you punch the holes where they need to be. And then we're going to take our second rectangle and we're just going to line it up on top. Again, you can use this with a card instead. So any color scrap of paper you want that you might have lying around. Just line it up like so. Now we have a pocket as well. So now we just got to take our binder again, and the side that is sealed, you're just going to want to mark your holes on this as well, and then punch your hole for another pocket. Okay. And we can decorate this as well with some ribbon coming off the side. Okay, and then you're going to have your last page, which would be so. So here is how it's starting to look. I like when ribbon hangs out the side of my books. Some people might not like that. They might think it looks a little messy, but I personally like it a lot. So I'm going to want to add the few more pieces of ribbon that we still have left, which is this big polka dot, this solid red, and then we even have this little red. So we're going to do our cover in a little bit because I have to see what else. Let's start decorating some of these. So we're going to go back and grab all of our little scraps of paper that we still had left over. You're going to have the thin ones and you're going to have the fat ones from both sides of your trims from before. Now you just want to kind of see what would look best together. Let's see. So I even kind of like the idea that this would then coordinate with that paper if I wanted to do it like so. So let's just see what else I like. Let's just, let me get all the fats together and then all the skinnies together. Kind of like the idea of that polka dot one too. Where is that? That's this one here. I like this one because it actually has the bright red that would tie in the two things, but then it also, their circles are in black. So that would actually kind of tie that in nicely as well. So you're just going to make a couple bands. It's really that simple. So I'm just going to mark where I need to cut it. And I'm just going to go ahead and do so. and then add my glue to the back. And this is just, again, tying in more of the papers and also allowing you to have more layers and color and using up your scraps. So we have that there. And then we can even take, well, this probably won't show up too well, but maybe the red. We could take this red banner, put that on top as well, kind of like that. Let's see which side of the banner I want. This way. So add. And again, if you want to add more ribbon, you can go ahead and tuck that in as well. And then that would show up on the top of your album page. So now it's just a matter of decorating however you want to. Oh, another thing, which I totally forgot to tell you as well too. These dies that come with your mini binder die, you can also cut them out and use them as little accents. And because they have the holes, you can even string up ribbon and tie a bow that way as well. So you can really do quite a bit of different things with this kit if you wanted to. Let's see. So if I was to do, and actually I think I might do that. Let me see if I can just show you. I wish I had solid black lying around here, but I don't have a piece of solid black lying around. Let's see. This is not going to be in your kit. I'm just trying to give you different ideas of things that you can do while you decorate. Let's see, black paper. Never when you need it. All right, so hold on 1 second. All right, so I just had an extra piece of black that I'm just going to go ahead and cut this down. This is, again, this piece of black will not be in your kit, but it's just to show you any other scraps of paper that you have that will be able to coordinate with things. You can go ahead and do. That looks like olive oil to me, especially if we add a white panel on top of it. So here is if we were to do that. So we're going to add this little black panel here. Again, just center that in. And then you can take, and this is just, again, an example. You don't have to do this, but here is one of the dies. This one has like the little scallops on it. And then I just had some black and white twine that I had. I just added some double-sided tape really quick, but you'll get the picture of the different ways that you can just keep adding on different dimensions to your pages. And ultimately, too, if you make these little bands, you can, again, double side tape the 3, and then you'll have a pocket within a pocket. So you can also do it that way, too. So there is just another way of using up twine that you have and any other little scraps of paper just to keep adding on to your pages. So for this one, I'm thinking maybe we can, oh, I already used that red one, didn't I? Yes, I did. Well, we have this little black tag that we can use, and we have some ribbon that we can use. So I'm just going to take some ribbon. Again, I like my ribbon to hang off my page, so I'm just going to try and eyeball. Again, though, too, we have that ribbon coming off the front of the page, so we don't want it to line up in the exact same area. I want it to be either higher or maybe lower. Well, actually, if it was in the same place, it might actually look kind of cute too, because it would give kind of a double, looks like it's a double ribbon when in reality it's one on one page, one on the other. So I actually kind of like that. So I think what I will do on this page is I will take my ribbon and glue it here to the back and then onto my banner. So let me get this all prepped again, and you can staple it if you don't mind the look of staples. It's all just personal preference at this point of how aesthetically you like your things to look. And I like this skinny ribbon a lot. Just gonna kind of eyeball and hold that down while I get this piece wrapped. And that over here. And you want enough of it in that the glue is going to hold it in place for a little bit of time for you. Just make sure again that you really work it. I would probably pop some book on this to secure it in there. You can decorate this more with some red enamel dots or some rhinestones. You can continue using your pattern papers, cutting out circles or even hearts, whatever your heart's desire. Oops, I'm going to have to put a book on this because it's not staying down as much as I'd like. So let's see, so far we have on the cover, it's going to flip. You have your little journaling pages, flip. This page is blank, so we can always just, again, decorate that with some strips of your patterned paper. Again, let's make another pocket on here. So I'm going to cut this down once again, and then I'm going to double side tape. So we want, oops, get that off of there. We want it to be the 4 1/4. And then also because of the A2 size, it makes memorizing what you have to cut everything down to super, super simple because 4 1/4. It's really easy to remember. So we're just going to short side, long side, and make yet another pocket. And again, you can fill these with terms of endearment and make this into a cute little Valentine coupon book or just words of affirmation for someone that you love. Change the papers again, turn it into a birthday book. Change the papers again, make it into a holiday book, a friendship book. I mean, anything you want. So I'm going to just turn this here and add here my paper to the bottom and the sides. And now I have yet another pocket. Oh, did I do it? No, I didn't. Okay, now I have yet another pocket that I can add, tuck a photo inside, whatever you want. And there you have another page in your book. Okay, so you see where I'm getting with this. I mean, just however you want. We do have to come back and punch holes in that in a moment. And then this will be close to the end of our book, but we also have our little pocket here. So I am going to just, oops, take my pocket there, and I'm going to want to add some decorative elements on this as well, just to jazz it up. Let's see what papers we still have left. Maybe the one with the black. Again, just so it ties together. Also, I love polka dots so much, but polka dots are there. So I'm going to probably just go with this one. I could even take, again, some solid that I already had left over. Just so much stuff that you can do with these. It's kind of never ending, all the different ways you can just continue to decorate. So again, this piece of black is just a scrap I had. It was not included in your kit, so sorry about that. Just again, trying to show you more ways you can keep adding dimension to your books. And do we have any more ribbon left over? We have this big piece of red ribbon that I'm thinking I can tuck under there. I don't, it's actually kind of really thick, to be honest with you, so I think that it probably won't stay glued. But you know, you can also take these strips and you can turn these into little decorative elements as well by folding them in half. And again, just utilizing what you have to make more design elements. So just kind of go crazy, and whatever you think appeals to you when you're creating these mini albums. There's really no wrong or right way in decorating them, which is pretty awesome. So we're just gonna go add our strip there. I think I'm gonna cut these apart though, and I'm still gonna use them like I just showed you as another example of what you can do, but so they're not so bulky, and then I can keep them a little bit more flat since I want to do it like that. Still they can overlap each other. And then I'll just make sure that, oh, actually I kind of like it with that strip more, I think. Yeah. Changed my mind on which side I'm going to use. And then just cover the edge of that paper like so. Now you have yet another. Now these won't hang out the side of your books because we made this so much shorter. Again, you can adjust your inside pages to be whatever length that you need them to be. Now this side actually looks plain compared to it, doesn't it? So we're going to let this dry, and then we'll come back and we'll add something to the back of our pocket. And then this is just our last page, so I'm not going to go crazy on this. I think I'll just fold. This is a really wide ribbon. I'm going to fold it in half and then fold it again. And I think I'm just going to actually staple it to the corner of my book here. But again, you can cut out a circle, a semicircle that hangs off the page and add an element that way. Just use all of the things that we have in our craft supplies when you're making these books. They're so much fun to do. And then let's just cut that there. Great, so we just gotta wait for this one to dry a little bit more. But that one would be going in there. And then this is going on top there. This on top there. And this on top there. So let's get our cover page ready while that one is still drying. So for your cover, we are going to need those chevron pieces again. Now, where did I put mine? I have my white square. Here's my chevron, my love. And then you should have also the black frame where to go on top of that. Okay, so you have your square, you have your black frame, your chevron piece, the cutouts, and the love. So the first thing we're going to want to do is take our frame and glue it to our white piece. Now, if you are into shaker cards, you can turn this into a shaker really, really easily. All you need to do is get a piece of acetate, glue it to the back of your frame, cut off the excess, and then do your foam tape. Again, this is our shaker basics, so they're all 1/4 inch thick, so 1/4 inch double-sided foam tape. And then you can add your shaker bits, and then you can actually make a shaker window for this if you'd like to as well. So there's also an option of something you can do. So I am just going to take my frame and add some glue. We do a lot of shakers with our company, and I think the past couple of make and takes we've have done shakers, so that's why we didn't do one with this one per se. So, okay, so I'm just going to glue my frame right on top of my white here. Make sure it's all nice and flush and even, like so. And put that aside to dry. And now I'm going to take my chevron, and I have red, black, red, white, red, and I'm just going to put it in these areas here. Again, the liquid glue gives you enough time to adjust them into position of how you need them to be. And they line up perfectly with your, they line up perfectly with the base, right on those stitched lines. So there we have our chevron. I'm going to pop dot mine a little bit off the side of my frame. So I'm going to take some glue again for my frame piece. And I'm just going to eyeball this a little bit, probably more to the right than the center. Again, this is all just aesthetics as to what you personally like. So there's that. And then my chevron, I'm going to get some foam tape, which I can never find when I need it. Here we go. So we got some foam tape, and I'm just going to run that down the side here. And then again on this side here. So we have a nice little popped up element with the chevron. Take the backing paper off. We're going to go ahead and adhere that to the side like so. And now you have your little love word die. You can put it on an angle. You can overlap it off to the side, however you want. Have it straight. Again, up to you. And then you can also embellish more with some cute enamel dots or adhesives, rhinestones, sequins, whatever you have that matches the theme. So I'm just going to take mine and I'm going to kind of put mine on a cute little angle like so. And now my cover is done. So that takes care of that. Now we're going to go back to this piece because it should be dry by now. And I'm just going to find something I want to do on the back side of it. Let me remember how the book, it went this way and then this way. So then I'm gonna flip it. So now we have this pink. So I want to do something that's gonna coincide. Let's see what paper I like to go with this stripe here. That's too busy. Maybe just actually this nice white with the red hearts on it. And I'm gonna keep it this chunky because I kind of like it chunky. I'm gonna cut it down to the 4 1/4 again. Made the measurements nice and easy with this die for everyone to be able to remember. And I'm gonna go ahead and glue that on. And I'm gonna actually butt it up to the bottom, flush it to the edge this time on this one. And there we have our last one. And that one you could also make a little pocket too, if you wanted to. You can do however you want. Now we do have to go back to that one with the circles because we need to punch those holes. Was it this one? Yes, it's this one. We need to punch our holes since we blocked them with this block. So I'm just gonna punch those out real quick. There's one. And then there is the other. All right. We're nearly done. Okay, so here is our album. And you can see that it got thicker because of our adding of the elements and the adding of the ribbons. So now when we fit it in, it actually fits in way better. You can add another page probably if you wanted to as well. So now what I'm going to do to finish it off is I have my decorative element. Again, if you cut this in a solid colored thick cardstock that coordinated with your album as well, it would look a lot better than it just being chipboard. Unless you have chipboard elements also in your book. And you just have to glue on the parts where it's going to hit. And this is going to make your decorative binder cover. And again, you have the different ones to choose from. And you can also do it on the back side if you wanted the back of your binder also to have a decorative element. And this glue dries clear, so I'm not really worried about it so much. But now you'll be able to see how it all goes together with that binder, adding that decorative element for you. And now it's just a matter of getting some string. Any random string that you have or even twine is going to work with this. So I am just going to have some black string. And again, if you feel that you need another page in here or another element, you can always just add one of these A2 cards, put some stenciling on it, and it will help thicken up that book however you want. So just don't forget to do that as well. Okay, so now to finish off our book, we're just going to take any ribbon that you have again, or twine, whatever you might have. And you're going to feed it in the hole all the way through, come out the back side and come up there so you can tie a cute little ribbon bow to the top of your book. So you're just going to go, I go page by page, and I'm just layering it through each and every hole, going down. Don't forget your pocket page, and then your back cover. And then you want to make sure to kind of, oh, don't forget your back of your binder. And then kind of pull it a little taut so it's in there where you need it to be. And then I just pull it through, and then I repeat it going through the back of the binder like so, and up through the pages to the cover, and then the binder top piece. Here we go. There's our cover, and now we just need to go through our binder part and kind of line all the pages through, and then pull your string. Oh, did I miss one? No, I just didn't pull it tight. Oh, it's stuck there. There you go. Pull it nice and tight. Okay, like so. And then just tie a cute little bow. And there you have, and then you can cut off the edges. And there you have your little mini album. Super, super easy, super cute with all your pages. Obviously, if you want to look through it, you got to loosen it up a little so you can flip your pages. But here is your completed little mini album. You got your, oh, we didn't put our tags in. Let's see here. We got that tag. This was the one from my sample. We have our circle tag. Oh, we did put our tags in. Those were my extras. Anyway, you can make another tag for this pocket as well, or put in photos, or again, whatever you want. Here's like a little Felix the cat. You can decorate them however you want. Again, you can make these into extra pockets. If this was a photo or a love note, you can tuck those in to your things. You can still take whatever decorative elements you have of whatever. We have one leftover piece of ribbon that I totally forgot about. So you can just pretty much eyeball this wherever you want it to be, hanging out of your book or just on a pocket page. You could even make another tag, another journal tag, like we did with these, and put the ribbon there. So there's a lot of different things you can do with it. Again, this is just your standard tiny little like 1/2 inch binder spine. Again, you can always make a much bigger one by adding the two pieces and adhering them together, which will give you a nice thicker one. If you like the kind of albums where they tie on the right hand side, which is actually layered in the first page, you can do that as well. And how you would do that is you would take your first page of your album and actually glue it to the spine, and your last page of your album. This is when there's still chipboard on a decorative page on one side, chipboard on the other. And you would have them glued like so. And then you take your ribbon and then your second layer of decorative paper on that chipboard, and then your ribbon and your second layer of chipboard here, and you sandwich those together. So then when the book closes, these are all actually all attached by the glue, so that when you're opening your book, it actually will lay flat. So that is also another way that you can do using this binder. And you can still punch the holes and use that ribbon here as just a decorative element as opposed to the functioning element of closing the book. And I hope that makes sense. We will have an example of that kind of album closure using this binder die on our Stamp Anything Stampers page. We will be doing another book just like this for Thanksgiving with this kind of closure, and then we'll have a live stream in another week or so using the binder die where it's attached to the front and back covers. So I hope you like your kit. Again, it came with all of your papers, it came with your chipboard, and it came with those wonderful new dies that we just had created. And I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, you can always reach out to us via email or Facebook, and someone will always get back to you. Enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you for joining us on our debut of our mini binder album die. Again, came with your kit, and you have the decorative elements to make them different ways with your binding element on the side. Thank you guys, and I appreciate you having us with you. Have a good one. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. And I'll tell you what, Stamp Anything has come through again with a great project. And we think of her as so much for coloring, but she is coming out with dies, and what a great die set this mini album. I mean, this die set, this would be like a daily use die set. And the album was so cute, and what I liked, what I took away, what I enjoyed was, she had the, I'm going to call it the binding die, and she showed how you can take that and make, connect as many as you want, depending on how thick that your album is going to be. And, then they had these little decorative, I call them decorative tabs that she used. And, she showed how, she made the pocket and decorated the bottom of the little pocket. You could use these for little tabs up this way or sideways on your projects as well. So I just think this is just, this is one of those, how does Lorraine say, gotta have in your life.
Oh, I agree.
Gotta have in your life dies.
Yeah.
And also, I enjoyed her taking an A2 card and making the pockets in the pages to where you could put things in as well. So I just thought, once again, full of great techniques and a great, adorable mini album that you can fill with all kinds of special events. So.
Exactly. Over and over and over and over again, you could use that die. I mean, just so versatile. Yes. Oh my goodness. Stamp Anything is just fabulous, right, Dave? I mean, I love everything because I love all the cute little chibi dolls. Are they called the chibi? Yeah, kid stamps. Chibi
kids.
And if you go on the website, there is a stamp for everything. Like if they're in the band, if they love gardening. There's just one for everything.
Exactly. Anything that you could.
I think.
It's kind of like, with somebody who has stickers, there's a sticker for everything. Well, she has those
so cute
stamps for everything.
Goodness.
And
I die. I love them. And I love to color them. And I've been learning so much through her past videos on coloring. I think I'm actually maybe getting a little better at coloring.
Well, I would say that she would be one of your really go-to persons for coloring, and and she always takes the coloring up to that next level, but still makes it, an enjoyable, not stressful, just
real calming. And so if you want to go back to one of our old videos and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's just very informative and kind and nice and all those things. On the website, there's all kinds of things like Dave was talking about. But what I'm loving is this new mini album binder die. I think everybody needs that because it's so versatile. Like we said, you can make mini albums for everything, and it's just amazing. Also, she has 6x6 chipboard pack now to make the dies. And
and that you got 2 pieces in your kit.
And
I'm sorry, you got more than you got.
It's so
4.
perfect for the mini album. So that is a must-have as well. There's just everything. Like, I loved all the dies that she used in the album. It was just dies and gluing. And sometimes I love to watch TV and just cut dies and have them ready to go. And
I always do that too.
Yeah, it's just fun. You know, you're doing something and you're still learning. I love it. And so there's the shaker basic die, the chevron die. Also, I was looking on the website, there's this cute one called Under the Big Top die.
Yeah.
And that's so fun. And then they have the Chibi Kids stamps that go with that. So how cute could you make a whole like scrapbook layout even, or a mini album with that theme? Just so cute. I love the grab and goes. I talk about this all the time because I think this is an amazing value. So they have Save the Day, which is like superhero, right? Love My Pets. I love my pets. They have Hocus Pocus, which is so cute.
Too.
Yeah. It's a Little Strange is like Stranger Things, and I'm obsessed with Stranger Things. Magical Celebration, so that would be like Disney.
Oh yeah.
So we all need that, right? What else? Conquer the World, which is like Game of Thrones.
Yes.
That's cool.
Yes.
And then Galactic Love, which is like Star Wars. So how cute
it's all
is that?
covered.
And
she has everything covered.
You get the box, and there's all kinds of things in that box. So amazing.
And it's a great value. I mean, that you get more than your value when you get.
Oh
do
yeah,
the
for
boxes
sure.
like
If
that.
you were to buy it individually, it'd be a
yeah.
lot more. Okay, then another thing, like I love these subscriptions. So there's this stamp club. There's a basic, there's a standard, and then there is the deluxe. So it could fit. Look into it. It's amazing. It would also be a great gift idea.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, exactly.
For somebody you love and you want to give them something that they would get every month.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So I love Stamp Band. I think go to the website, and this show special is amazing. Okay, original and whimsical Chibi Kid stamps for all occasions. Stamps, stencils, dies, and inks. 15% off any website order using code MINIES15.
There you go. Gosh, what a great deal. And everything to complete the mini album. So
yeah. Oh
great,
my goodness.
great.
Amazing.
Well, Vicki, my gosh, what a box full of great mini albums.
I know.
Great. I'm sure. I mean, came away with some great ideas, and as always, new products like the dies, and the kits from Hearts and Crafts, the Hello Adventure line from Keep It Simple, and the great paper line, and the already pre-made book from Quick Quotes. So we want to thank all of them for watching. So, and everybody, just a couple of things. If you haven't already done so, we want you to be part of our YouTube channel family.
Yes.
So go to Stamp and Scrapbook Expo, and you'll want to subscribe. And then down in the corner over here, there's a little bell that you're going to hit. Yes. And then every time you hear that, you know that we have something going on.
Yes.
And also, speaking of things going on, we have some great Mega Make and Takes coming up very soon. So go to shop@homeevents.com, and you can click and see all the great Mega Make and Takes we have coming up. We have Slimline coming up. Yes, so that's yes, and many more. So go to that shop@homeevents.com website and check out all the great Mega Make and Takes
that are coming up.
Yes,
Yeah,
so,
we get to like box them up, and
yes,
we're always like, oh my goodness, look at this, look at this. Oh my goodness.
We got to tape and go home. So
yeah.
And also, if you haven't, because another great way of getting information and being informed of what we have going on is you'll want to go to craft@homeevents.com and sign up for our newsletter, and you get an email, I think weekly, of all the events when things are going on sale. So you'll want to be in the know with Stamp and Scrapbook Expo. So,
absolutely.
So everybody, we go fill up those mini albums with great memories, and we will see all of you soon.